Hey everyone, Stacy here. Welcome to my channel or welcome back. So today we're going to talk about the month of July, and specifically I'm going to focus in on 3 to 4 areas of life that will be activated for the month ahead. Now, before I dive into all 12 signs, just a couple quick reminders. I use Western tropical astrology and also a whole sign house system with all of my videos here on my YouTube channel. So take what resonates and leave the rest. Keep in mind, I do not have your personal birth chart sitting in front of me, and it also depends on if you even follow or resonate with Western tropical astrology or the whole sign house system as well. So if you do know your rising sign, if you do know your time of birth, that means you know your rising sign. I certainly recommend to watch for your rising sign, but if you don't, I can appreciate that, and that's okay. You can certainly watch for your sun sign as well, and I'm confident you should be able to take away some nuggets of information watching for your sun sign as well. And also, if you are a cuspy baby, or if you are born late in the season, or for example, 25 degrees to 29 degrees of a sign where your sun or your rising sign lands, you can certainly watch for the next sign over, as long as it doesn't confuse you though, because if you have a late degree rising and a late degree sun, so, I mean, you could be watching up to 4 different horoscopes. And then if you watch for your moon, I know some people watch for their Venus as well. So just keep in mind, if you're watching for too many horoscopes, it might confuse you. Now, some of you, I can appreciate, maybe you're a very seasoned astrologer. So, knock yourself out, watch for as many as you want to. But if you're not, if you're a beginner or astrology, you're kind of like, well, what is astrology? I would just stick to your sun sign and your rising sign if you do know that. Because these videos, I do structure them based on your rising sign. I do not really use, your moon sign or Venus or Mars, but it doesn't mean you can't watch for that as well. Like I said, it's whatever resonates with you, and you take those messages with you for the month ahead. Now, you can book a reading with me. I do offer one-to-one consultations in my practice, and actually I use the whole sign house system and Placidus, because I find Placidus, the angles in particular, are extremely sensitive points. The rising sign, the love line, the home line, and the career line, to me, are extremely sensitive. So I do use those from a one-to-one perspective. So if you'd like to get in touch with me, the link is in the description box below. Just navigate to my website, and certainly reach out to me if you have any questions about my consultations one-on-one. Also, timestamps are in the description box below, along with more astrology videos, because I do make separate videos about for example, Jupiter moving into the sign of Leo recently, and also Chiron recently moving into the sign of Taurus. So I do make separate videos about all the outer planets, all the heavy hitters, even the eclipse cycles, which again, eclipses, believe it or not, are already rumbling and bumbling. Some of you probably may have already felt this in the month of June, because eclipse energy technically ripples out 2 months ahead of the actual eclipse date and 6 months afterwards. So again, links in the description box below. We're actually coming into a brand new eclipse season. We had a sneak peek of this back in February. So this month I won't talk about it too much. In the month of August, I definitely will. But again, links in the description box below if you want to learn more about this brand new eclipse cycle that is happening in the signs of Leo and Aquarius. And you don't have to be a Leo or Aquarius individual to be impacted by these brand new eclipses. 2 new areas of life are going to be shaken up and waken up in more than one way. Also, last but not least, I want to take a fast opportunity to thank each and every one of you for liking my content, sharing my content, and subscribing to my YouTube channel. I truly appreciate the love and the support. And thank you for all the comments. Keep them coming. I want to hear all of your experiences, the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, of all of these transits that have been happening for quite some time. And I know you've probably heard me say this before if you've been following me for a while. Now is the time to be on the planet. Yes, I can appreciate that there's some difficulty, there's some challenges on the planet, but just to witness some of these outer planet transits talking in a conversation with each other is extremely, extremely rare. So let's get into it. Okay, so for those of you that like the mundane day-to-day astrology, I do have it up on the slide here on the left-hand side. Obviously, this is not an exhaustive list, and if you follow the asteroids, I do not have the asteroids listed on the chart here as well. Now, July and August, as I was mentioning, you know, with eclipse season and with these outer planets in a conversation with each other, July and August are probably going to be game changers. I'm going to just put it out there. And maybe even September, because I feel like September is going to be when the dust is trying to settle. But if you check out the links in the description box below, I mentioned that I do have separate videos for a lot of other transits. One transit in particular that I've been talking about for a while, along with other astrologers, is this kite cradle activation that technically, because I use quite wide orbs in my practice, some astrologers really tighten up the orbs. I widen them to about 10 degrees when I'm talking about Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, and even Jupiter for that matter, just because of the activations that I find usually happen well before the actual date. So July is one of those months where you'll probably hear a lot of astrologers talking about the exact perfection of these transits, like the sextiles, the oppositions, and things like that. But to me, these have already started, you know, early 2025, if not late 2024, when Pluto officially moved into Aquarius permanently. So yes, there's lots of, as you can see on the list here, there's lots of exact activations. And again, very rare activations here. So, you know, Pluto, Uranus, I should say, Uranus making a trine to Pluto. Uranus takes 84 years to go around the zodiac. Pluto takes 250 years to go around the zodiac. So that, for example, is perfecting this month. But technically, again, because of the orb system I use, I mean, this started happening back in 2025 when these heavy hitters were dipping in and out of new territory as it is. So I'm talking about Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, and even Pluto. But Pluto had his back and forth moment there in 2023, 2024. So as you'll see, like July is just riddled with these. Like we have Jupiter making a trine to Neptune, and Neptune takes about 165 years to go around the entire zodiac. Jupiter takes 12 years to go around the zodiac. And again, Jupiter is newly in the sign of Leo. I guess depending on when you're watching this video, June the 30th, give or take a day or two, he's hopping into Leo. And again, I have a separate video about that down in the description box below. I know I keep saying that. One transit I will talk about this month, because we do have a full moon in Aquarius that's going to be in close contact with Pluto. And we do have the Jupiter-Pluto opposition happening this month. So I'll definitely talk about those two respective areas of life. I'm also going to post on my socials, you guys, some of these transits. Just because, yeah, July is riddled with them. August is going to be riddled with them as well, more so due to that eclipse energy, though. Let's see here. What else do we have? We have Jupiter making a sextile to Uranus. Sextiles are opportunity aspects. So one thing I wanted to throw out there this month is that trine energy and sextile energy is sometimes not automatic. The universe will bring you gifts. The universe will bring you opportunities. The universe will line up people, places, things on your path. And it'll be up to us to act on them. But we won't be forced into it. That's more so square energy and also opposition energy, which I'll talk about for all the 12 signs, each and every sign. There we go, if I can talk. Opposition between Jupiter and Pluto, there is a bit of a challenging or tension aspect. So I anticipate each and every one of us this month, if not even maybe in the month of June, we are going to start to feel this, okay, something's got to give in the Leo and Aquarius areas of life. But these sextiles and trines, you know, we can let these opportunities pass us by because it's not difficult energy. So I know a lot of people don't like squares, but I mean, I personally love squares. That tells me you're going to take action on something. That tells me you're going to make changes in your life. Sextiles, trines, this is where free will comes in. You know, I guess my question to you is, are you going to utilize this energy? Are you going to utilize all this sextile energy, or are you just going to let it pass you by? And if you let it pass you by, I'm not telling you that's wrong. Like, you do you. You know, we're all on our own paths here. And down in this description box below, I have a video called 2025-2026 Kite and Cradle activations, where I talk about respectively the 4 areas of life that are being activated, and this month is one of them where they are perfecting. But again, the universe has been working with us in these 3 areas of life in 2025, and now in 2026 it's going to be, but thanks to Jupiter, is going to create that cradle activation in 4 areas of life. So that's in the Aquarius part of your chart, the Aries part of your chart, the Gemini area of your chart, and also the Leo area of your chart. And you don't have to be one of those signs. Like, you could be saying, well, I'm a Libra, so none of this counts for me. Well, no, you have these areas of life somewhere in your birth chart. So each and every one of us are going to be experiencing this just a little bit differently. So that's just kind of a heads up there. Another rare one, Pluto making a sextile to Neptune. Again, extremely rare, and this transit, believe it or not, is going to hang out well into 2030. Because again, Pluto, 250 years to go around the wheel. Neptune, 165. He's the second slowest planet. And even Uranus. Uranus is going to be spending 6 to 7 years in the sign of Gemini. Another incredible day, you guys, that you can circle on your calendar. Again, leading up to the day or even after the date, July the 29th. That's when the Sun and Jupiter come into contact with each other for the first time in 12 years in the sign of Leo. So I really, really love this energy, you guys. I honestly have not heard yet a horrible story about the Sun coming together with Jupiter. Usually these are really nice energies coming together, and technically conjunctions are brand new, fresh beginnings as well. So check the Leo area of your life, and if you have anything around 6 degrees, this is going to bring in those extra blessings or changes into your life that is well needed, I have a feeling. So, and we're going to talk about the Leo area of life as well. So as I mentioned, I'm going to post about some of these on my socials, you guys, just because there's so much action happening in the sky. But I love July. Absolutely love July. I have a good feeling. I feel high vibe for the month of July. But, you know, for those of you that are looking for change and looking to change your life, as I mentioned, July and August probably are going to be game changers for some of us. But it depends on how you want to take advantage of this energy. Also, I have my eye on Mars coming into contact with Uranus. That's around July the 4th. That one's going to be interesting too, and I'll post about that separately. Basically, the Gemini area of your chart, something is cutting, ending, severing. You're going to be taking rapid action in that respective area of life. And again, check your birth chart, 3 degrees. Especially if you have 3 degrees, I would say, of the fire signs or the air signs. Yeah, this is interesting energy as well. And keep in mind, conjunctions are technically kind of like new moon energy. It's brand new, fresh beginnings, brand new cycles that are starting, that I feel like I've been saying honestly since late 2024. I feel like every single month there's just something to talk about with regards to either a conjunction or these big heavy hitters in the sky. Of course, we're going to talk about the lunations this month. So those are 2 areas of life that are definitely going to be activated. So the Cancer area of your life we're going to talk about, and also, as I mentioned, that full moon in Aquarius that's going to be sort of very close to Pluto there as well. And ingresses this month. So Mars, I guess depending on when you're watching this video, Mars moved into Gemini on June the 28th. So he'll be here for about 6 weeks or so. And other big news, yes, Jupiter moving into Leo at the end of June there for an entire year. So the Leo area of your life is definitely going to get a blow up, glow up, expansive energy coming in for each and every one of us. And Venus, who is just wrapping up her stay in Leo there, the Hollywood Bollywood star. So she is moving along into more buttoned up Virgo type of energy. So we're going to talk about that. And yes, Leo season does start this month. So if you are a Leo, happy birthday to all the Leos out there if you're celebrating this month. And of course, happy birthday to all the Cancerians that are celebrating this month. I just want to give a special shout out to my mom. She is a double Cancer, and I love her to death. So, and also my aunt. I know I have an aunt as well that lots of Cancer energy in my family. So I want to give a special shout out to all those Cancerians out there as well that are celebrating. And another big milestone moment, you guys, that I mentioned at the beginning, if you skip the beginning, but the North Node, so the nodes of the moon are also transitioning into brand new signs this month as well. So I made a separate video down in the description box below. So again, the Leo area of life and the Aquarius area of life is going to be shaken up, waken up in more than one way. And again, Jupiter being in there, Pluto being in there, the North Node coming into contact with Pluto. Woof! Again, once in a lifetime type of transit, you guys, because the nodes of the moon take 18 years to move around the entire wheel. So again, I made a separate video about that, you guys, so I won't really be talking about it. I always dedicate separate videos for these big transits. And this is a 2-year cycle approximately. And these eclipses, again, game changers, life-changing energy coming into the fixed sign. So if you are a fixed sign, if you're a Scorpio, a Taurus, a Leo, or Aquarius, buckle up because it's your time to start completely renovating and changing your entire life, so to speak. This is the energy to make those changes for sure. Okay, and let's see here. Yes, stations, retrograde energy coming in here this month. Mercury went into shadow back on June the 12th. That means that is the degree point that Mercury will be backtracking to. So look to the Cancer area of your life, which we will be talking about once I get to all 12 signs. 16 degrees to 26 degrees of Cancer is really going to be illuminated this month. Mercury officially goes retrograde on June the 29th at 26 degrees. And he will go direct July the 23rd. So again, shadow periods apply here. Technically, Mercury is going to be in the sign of Cancer until early August. So this area of life is definitely going to be relooked at, lots of revisions, renovations, and emotional as well, because it is in the sign of Cancer, which is a sign affiliated with home, family, foundation, ancestry, the past, our roots. It's very sensitive, and it's also security. What does security mean to each and every one of us? So if you've been feeling kind of off or more sensitive, or you feel kind of raw on the surface a little bit, that's probably that Cancerian energy. But again, Cancer falls for each and every one of us in a different respective area of life. And also, I'm thinking with Chiron transitioning into Taurus as well, that might be a bit raw for us as well, depending on where Taurus is in your respective birth chart. And again, if you want to check that out down in the description box below, if you want to learn more about Chiron moving through the sign of Taurus, you can check that out. Okay, and then we have 2 heavy hitters station retrograde this month. So Saturn and Neptune are both turning retrograde this month. Not the end of the world. It just means that this energy is turning inward. I don't want to make it sound like it's nonchalant energy, but these slower moving planets spend half the year in retrograde anyway. So depending on if you have Neptune natally retrograde in your birth chart, and same with Saturn, some of you, I would say, okay, now is the time where, for example, Neptune, the fog is going to lift. So it's time to take action in that respective area of life. But if you have Neptune natally retrograde in your birth chart, this might be the time where the fog lifts. The fog's not rolling in, the fog sort of is lifting. So take some action. But for some of us, retrograde usually means, okay, pump the brakes, and the universe is helping us integrate these energies in the Aries area of life. So I know I'm throwing a lot at you here, but just bear with me here. But this is about the energy going internal and integrating all of the changes that we have put into place since these planets went direct in this respective sign. So I would say within the past 6 months or so, it's kind of incubating inside of you. But like I said, depending on your natal chart, this might be a time where some of us move forward with change, or some of us take a back seat, take a break, take a sabbatical, take that PTO, and kind of think about what our next steps are going to be. But it doesn't mean you can't take action, folks. Just keep in mind, Mercury's retrograde this month. So not the best time to do launches. But if you do have to, just know that later on down the road, you might need to tweak a few things as well. But otherwise, again, life moves on. We can't stop the train from moving forward, right? It sort of is what it is. And that's the whole point of life, is you live and you learn. And all we do is gain more experience, more of that life experience. Okay, I think that's all I was going to talk about for this respective mundane transit video. And just another reminder, watch for your sun sign or your rising sign if you do know your rising sign. So let's move into all 12 signs. Hey Aries, sun or rising, let's talk about the month ahead for you and the 3 areas of life that are being activated for you. Well, 4 areas, because we're going to talk about Venus moving into the sign of Virgo as well. So let's first start with the sun. So the sun continues to illuminate your 4th house and your 5th house. So lots of action happening in your 4th house, Aries. So keep in mind, as I'm giving you examples here, you have a brand new beginning in your 4th house. And forgive me, I'm going to be jumping around here, Aries. All the dates are listed on the slide here. So forgive me, I do bounce around as I remember things. So brand new beginning, brand new moon in the sign of Cancer at the foundation of your sky, happening around July the 14th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. You also have Mercury retrograde in here. Mercury is going to be here for, well, 2 months if you count June, July, and the first half of August. So a very long stay, a very long emotional stay, especially for you, Aries, in this area of life. And then, of course, the sun is still pouring light heat energy into this area of life until around the 22nd of the month. So what is the 4th house? 4th house is home, family, foundation. Anybody that you live with, Aries, is also included here as well. The 4th house is parenthood. So you as a parent, Aries, even if it's for a furry friend or a pet or an animal, or maybe you own like a farm, or you work with animals in some way, shape, or form, I would say that would consider you at least kind of technically a parent. So parenthood, how you give love, support, care for another individual or an animal or a human being or whatever the case may be, or plants for that matter, plants, animals, anything living. And also grandparents are housed here as well, and your parents as well, Aries. So maybe there's been a lot of focus with regards to your parents or your grandparents, or something to do with your children as well, if you do have children. Grandchildren could also be in the spotlight as well here, because we have 4th house, 5th house energy. 5th house is children, grandchildren. So definitely children in general could be in the spotlight this month, Aries. Or again, if you don't have kids, do you work with kids? Or maybe looking at volunteering, something to do with children could be beneficial for you as well. 4th house is also the past. Mercury retrograde, pretty famous in this area of life, the past coming back around. Now, this is Aries, if I could be transparent with you, the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, okay? This is everything under the sun coming back around. It could be obviously relatives that you haven't seen in a long time, or family reunions, or some sort of family gathering, or weddings, or things like that, where, you know, obviously you haven't seen these individuals in a long time. Could be old neighbors. It could be going back to the homeland, whatever that means to you, for you. You could also be reassessing retirement, or what does retirement mean to you, or something about saving for a rainy day. Renovations also look good here, Aries, as well, especially with that Mercury retrograde. My only suggestion would be is if you want to do really drastic changes with the home. Now, if it's already been done, Aries, that's fine. But I would get a second opinion, or again, before you paint your entire house blood red, give it some time, because the reason why I say that is because when Mercury goes direct closer to the end of July, you might change your mind. And actually in August, you might change your mind again when Mercury comes out of retro shadow there. So again, I'm not saying you can't do anything, but just keep that in mind before maybe you start splattering paint or ripping up carpets or bringing down walls for that matter. Always get kind of a second opinion. But again, Aries, you do you. The whole point of this retrograde energy is, and also again, you have a new moon here, so you're welcoming something new or changing something up with regards to how you're living. Now, for some of you, this could be quite literally a move, or people leaving the nest, people coming into the nest. I'm also going to expand it to animals as well, because we have activations with Venus in your 6th house as well of pets and animals. So that could be coming into the home as well. But Aries, really nice energy coming into the 4th house, but I can also appreciate this might not be easy for some of you. You might feel bogged down. You might feel sluggish. You might feel like you're maybe overreactive or over emotional, or you might feel like your emotions are kind of running the show in June, July, and even again the first part of August here. Once Mercury moves into Leo in August, I think you'll feel more re-energized and maybe sort of jazzed up, and maybe thinking a bit more playfully, clearly, because again, Mercury, you talk well with other fire signs, Aries. So, and again, this depends on your personal birth chart. Maybe some of you, this is technically in a different area of life, depending on what you're watching for. If you are watching for your sun sign, be mindful of, again, getting overreactive or over emotional in the workplace, or with a parent, especially with, or really anybody in an authority type of position. So a boss, colleagues, clients, father figures, mentors, coaches, there we go, teachers, things like that, Aries, because again, Mercury swimming around in Cancer for all of us is, the mind is kind of overactive from an emotional standpoint. So just something to watch out for. Again, not the end of the world, but just something to look out for. What else? I did mention retirement, right? So plans for retirement, thoughts of retirement, saving for a rainy day, reassessing finances. Again, what does security mean to you, Aries? You could be looking at. Now, once the sun moves into the sign of Leo, and again, Jupiter is in this area of life for you, check out the links in the description box below, my friends. I have way more videos on the kite cradle activations that are technically going to be exact this month, Chiron moving into Taurus, what that means for you, and also Jupiter in the sign of Leo and what that could mean for you. But anyway, regardless, once the sun moves into that 5th house, as I mentioned, children, grandchildren could be in focus in some way, shape, or form. For those of you that are looking to date, now Venus moving in this area of life for you, now this is wrapping up. She is moving on to Virgo this month, but the month of June would have been really nice to put yourself out there and maybe attract in new love. If again, for those of you that are single and looking, if you're in a solid, stable relationship, hopefully you took advantage of this energy to kind of spice things up and maybe go on a vacation, just get away with your partner, get to know them again. Now, once the sun moves into this area of life, so if your answer is, well, no, I didn't meet anyone, I didn't put myself out there, I didn't go on a vacation with my partner, well, Aries, maybe it's time to think about that now, especially with Jupiter newly in this area of life. But again, Jupiter is going to be here for an entire year, Aries. But for those of you that are single, the end of the month when we have the sun coming together with Jupiter, and again, I reviewed this already in my transit slide there. When is that happening? Around the 29th of July. This is blessings coming into this area of life, my friends. So love affairs, romance, dating, getting caught up in love, which there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Creativity, self-expression, diving into hobbies, monetizing hobbies too, Aries. I'd like to throw that out there too, because this is, the 5th house is the spark of life. That's why they also call it a fertility house. So hint, hint, wink, wink. Those of you, looking to start a family, excellent time with Jupiter in here for an entire year. So you don't have to do it this month, but I'm just thinking with the sun coming together with Jupiter in a masculine sign, this is masculine energy. I'm not saying it's, if you're a woman, this is going to go by the wayside. It's masculine energy and feminine energy are different, but I'm thinking if you want to start a family, I think you might get pregnant quicker than you think, especially with the nodes of the moon moving through these areas of life for you as well. But regardless, starting a family, starting a new hobby, diving into new hobbies or projects, challenging yourself from a creative lens or creative angle, putting yourself out there, my friends. And yeah, romance dating is on the menu for you for a long time. Like if you're single, Aries, I don't know if you'll be single by the end of this transit, because at the end of the day, if you're Aries rising, especially, Jupiter is making an aspect to your love line in Libra at some point. So, and I like this energy. I like it when from a relationship standpoint, I always look for Saturn and Jupiter making aspects to your love line, my friends. So it could be full on this month. It could start this month. But again, if you're looking, put yourself out there. Obviously, if you're in a solid, stable relationship, this could be renewing your vows over the next year. This could be, again, getting to know your partner in new and different ways, for sure. Exploring adventures, like Jupiter wants to go big or go home. Jupiter rules your 9th house as well, of long distance traveling and tripping around. So yeah, and hot destinations, I would say, for you Aries, look really good. Okay, so that is, I know I babbled off a lot there. So that the 4th house, 5th house Aries is where some of your focus is going to be for the month ahead. Now I'm going to jump to that full moon at the end of the month in Aquarius, hand in hand with Pluto here. Now, this area of life, full moons are endings, culmination points, is kind of like the next chapter. So this is landing in your 11th house of older siblings, Aries, if you have older siblings, or I'm going to say siblings in general. Yeah, it is the house of older siblings, but let's widen the net here and say siblings in general. There could be endings and new beginnings in their lives, and you could be assisting with them. There could be opportunities coming to you from a sibling, friendship circles, groups, communities, affiliations, associations, networking, social media, the internet lands in this house as well. Humanitarian efforts. I mentioned earlier about pets and animals. Anything to do as a collective, as a group, looks really good this month for you Aries. Or again, it could be a focus, there could be some changes, new members coming in, or something about memberships as well, coming and going, people coming and going, kind of like a revolving door they're showing me here, especially with the North Node in here, Aries, for the next 2 years. I mean, you're definitely going to be welcoming in and connecting in with new like-minded individuals over the next couple years. 11th house, this also has something to do with maybe your role within these friendship circles, groups, networking, personal, professional, whatever the case may be. Your role might be changing with these, or dynamics could be changing within these groups as well. And Aries, with Pluto in here for a long time, well, for the next 18 years or so, Pluto is asking you to get authentic. Like, make sure the people that you surround yourself with light you up, lift you up, and authenticity is coming to mind here. Whether it's you or these other individuals, you're not going to have it anymore, Aries. Like you're not going to, not saying that you've been doing it for all these years, but sometimes we get blinded, right, by our friendship circles or the affiliations and associations that we hang out with day in, day out, right? This could also be work colleagues as well, Aries. So again, changes in this area of life. Now, this opposition, Aries, we talked about that 5th house, and we just talked about the 11th house. 11th house is also the future too, by the way, like future plans, future goals, and gains from the career sector, Aries. So there could be big, I'm going to say, money manifestation here. Oppositions, though, are sometimes tough. Okay, they're sometimes tough. I'm not going to say it's going to be a cakewalk, because it's kind of like these two areas of life are trying to rebalance something here. And again, Pluto wants authenticity and Jupiter doesn't care. Jupiter just wants expansion and new fresh starts in this area of life. So this could be about, again, friendship circles coming and going, new love coming and going, relationships coming and going in general, or this could be about a sibling as well. Creative projects, creative hobbies, money, travel, learning something new, you becoming a guru, you becoming the teacher, the elder, the mentor, the teacher, the coach. Educational institutions are covered here as well. And again, something to do with children could be manifesting as well. Or again, you get this push-pull mentality, again, between these two houses. So Aries, if you have anything around the beginning degrees, this is going to add in those additional layers of how this is exactly going to be manifesting for you. But again, the 5th house, 11th house is not difficult houses to deal with for you, Aries, because they make beautiful, harmonious aspects to you. But again, there's some sort of tension building here. Watch out for also power dynamics. Again, between a Jupiterian type of person, so a mentor, a teacher, a coach, an elder, versus a Plutonian person, which again could be similar energy because Pluto's very powerful as well. And it could involve money, something to do with money here as well, folks, or your kids or grandchildren, or something to do with support systems as well, and supporting children, regardless of their age, I guess. Yeah, and religion, spirituality is also coming. Yes, thank you. Religion, spirituality, they reminded me of that as well, with Jupiter ruling your 9th house. But Jupiter also rules religion and spirituality as well, and also your hidden 12th house as well. This could also be something coming to light, news coming to light this month for you as well, Aries. So otherwise, beautiful month ahead, Aries. Lots of action happening this month. Enjoy. And we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Taurus, sun or rising. Let's talk about the 3 areas of life that are going to be activated for you for the month ahead. So we're going to start with the sun. So the sun continues to trek away in your 3rd house this month, Taurus, but then will eventually move into the sign of Leo, joining the party there with the South Node and Jupiter there as well. Just a reminder, check out the links in the description box below. I made separate videos about this brand new eclipse cycle that we're coming into. All the fixed signs are definitely going to be shaken up, waken up by this new eclipse cycle. So Taurus, yes, you are a fixed sign. That includes you. So Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, and Aquarius. All of those are fixed energy, fixed signs. And if you have planets or angles or points in those respective signs, Taurus, definitely you might want to check out that video in the description box below. But definitely we will talk about it, as the months go on, including this month. We will talk about your 10th house and 4th house of where these activations are starting to fire up this month for you, Taurus. Okay, so let's first start in your busy 3rd house. So Taurus, as I'm giving you examples, keep in mind you have a new moon here. You have a fresh new beginning starting in the Cancerian area of your life. So this is happening on or around the 14th of the month, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. And Taurus, forgive me, I'm going to bounce around here, but all the dates are on the slide here for the month ahead for the personal planets and the lunations. So 3rd house energy, plus on top of it, Taurus, you have Mercury retrograde in here as well for 2 months, or I should say Mercury is going to be in here for 2 months. The retrograde doesn't last 2 months, but including the shadow periods, yeah, it's almost 2 months long, basically. So back and forth, reassessing, redoing this area of life. And this one, Taurus, might be, I was going to say a doozy for you, but you know what? Like with this retrograde, I can see a lot of blessings coming back around from the past pouring into your sign, because this is a sextile technically to you, Taurus. So from a technology standpoint and transportation and getting around and communication, it might be a bit annoying, like lots of snafus. But at the end of the day, I can also see blessings and silver, that cliche saying, the silver lining, coming in here with all of these miscommunications and missed messages and running into people from the past and things like that, Taurus. I can actually see this as a blessing for you because of that sextile energy. But anyway, let's go over the third house, Taurus. So it's a very busy house. It's more so a focus on your local environment or your local vicinity, your local community. People, places, things around you that surround you, either by choice or not by choice. Running the kids here, running the kids there, doing lots of errands, lots of text messages, communications. Travel is in here as well, but it's more so focused on local travel versus international travel. But if you do have anything in Capricorn, it could be activating that ninth house, higher education, teaching axis as well, and long distance travel for that matter. Siblings also lie in the third house here, neighbors, cousins, extended family members. So Mercury retrograde in here is famous for people, places, things coming back around from the past. Old lovers coming back from the past. I'll throw that out there because I find that is so common with Mercury retrograde as well, regardless of where we have Mercury retro or Mercury in our birth chart, direct or retrograde. That's pretty famous with Mercury retrograde, and reconnecting from with those people from the past. But also, as I mentioned, there could be opportunities coming in from these people as well, or some sort of news coming in this month for you, Taurus, as well. Social media is housed in the third house as well, and also educational pursuits. So your skills, your talents, your abilities. The third house, second house, third house is more about sort of that tangible skill set, where the ninth house is more about the higher education, like I'm thinking university, where second house, third house is more, hands-on type of energy. But I mean, it could be either or, because again, it depends on your birth chart, it depends on what you are watching for right now. Okay, so keep in mind, Taurus, brand new starts here. Some of you could be getting a new vehicle. Some of you could be changing up how, like I'm thinking of routines. Some of you could be changing up how you get around, or changing up a new way of how you get to work, maybe because of construction or things like that. Maybe that's happening over the summer months. For those of us in the Northern Hemisphere, I feel like that's very common. So it's kind of like finding new ways to get around or changing up your routine in some way, shape, or form. Also with Mercury retrograde in here, keep in mind you're reassessing, you're going over old ground as well, Taurus. Really nice energy too to pick up anything that you, I know I'm guilty of this, buying a whole bunch of courses, for example, or buying a whole bunch of books. Really nice energy to tackle that and get through your coursework, get through the books, or whatever the case may be. Again, this is the house of the mind, how we digest, how we chew on information. Also, some of you, Taurus, could be changing how you talk to yourself. How do you talk to yourself in the mirror? Do you say not so good things? And if you do, maybe it's probably time to change that up. Put some sticky notes around, change your mind, change your habits, change sort of that cycle of notice what you're noticing, Taurus, and nip that in the bud right away. If you start to sort of hear and feel the negativity creeping into the mindset. By the way, if it's negative, like if you hear negative talk, that's not your higher self, my friends. That is our ego talking to us. Our higher self would never, ever, ever, ever talk to us in that way. So it's about kind of reprogramming your mind. And you'd be surprised. That saying, I know Wayne Dyer said it way more beautifully than how I'm going to say it, but it's about changing how you look at things from your perspective, and you'd be surprised how life matches that and your external circumstances change as well. But he said it way better than that. But anyway, so that's the third house, Taurus. Lots and lots of energy in here. It can feel heavy. It can feel emotional at times because it is Cancerian energy after all. But again, there's a purpose for this retrograde cycle. And, focus in on that brand new fresh start. What do you want to call in to this area of life with respect to third house matters? And some of you could be looking to start a new educational pursuit as well, which would be, really nice energy with all this activation in your third house. Okay, So once the sun moves into the 4th house, my friends, and joins this party here with Jupiter in the South Node, 4th house is home, family, roots, the past, ancestry. It's security as well. What does security mean to you, Taurus? Retirement is housed in the 4th house as well. It's kind of like things that happen behind closed doors, but this is in your home life, like people that you live with. This is kind of shining a spotlight on all the cobwebs of the corner of your home. Not a bad time to kind of clean up your space, do a little bit of feng shui, especially with Jupiter in here, expanding this Leo energy. It's kind of like get rid of things, Taurus, that no longer suit the vibe. Like I'm hearing vibe, so I'm trying to think, okay, what does vibe or vibration mean to you? But yeah, cleansing the corners, ringing a bell in the corners, or smudging or putting little crystals in the corners of your home, things like that to start to move the energy around. But there's something on the home front that is asking you to kind of like pay attention to, so to speak. Could be a focus, could be a spotlight also on your parents, Taurus, if they're still with us. Mother, father, authority figures, also grandparents if they're still with us, and you as a parent, Taurus. Even if you are a parent to a fun, furry, fuzzy friend, whatever the case may be, it's how you're, the 4th house is how we, it's tender, loving, homing, caring. It's like, how do you feed people? How do you look after people? How do you care for people? Is your home comfy and cozy? If not, time to change things up. Actually, with Jupiter in here, some of you, if this is your true 4th house, you could relocate, definitely. Or if you're not relocating, you're changing up your space. You're maybe adding on to the home. Jupiter, I find, is bigger, so people usually upgrade and go bigger. But again, regardless, you are being asked to kind of change up some of your space. Something to do with your space. You're being asked to change up. So that's where some of your focus is going to be for the month ahead, Taurus. Also, I want to throw it out there for those of you looking for love. I love Venus moving through your 5th house, my friends, because it's making a trine to your planets, placements, points. It's also blowing kisses up to your love line for those of you that are Taurus rising in particular. I love Venus in the 5th house. Wherever she goes, she brings in blessings and love and harmony and beauty. So my friends, I love this energy for you. If you haven't yet taken a break, Taurus, and pampered yourself, not a bad time to do it now with Venus in your sign for the next, she hops in there on the 9th. She's just wrapping up her stay there in Leo. And then now it's, actually, you might have already beautified your space, Taurus, with Venus in the sign of Leo over the past month or so. And then now it's time to kick back and enjoy your surroundings and pamper yourself, Taurus. So that could be a possibility as well. But if you're open to meeting someone new, put yourself out there. It could be a possibility. And also those of you monetizing a hobby, a creative project, anything like that, because Venus also rules over, she's your ruler, by the way, but she also touches on money and finances and resources. So you could be attracting that in from your hobbies as well. All right, last but not least, we have at the end of the month a full moon in Aquarius at the top of your sky, Taurus. I think some of you are going to be changing up your job this month. We have that Pluto opposing Jupiter in the middle of the month. We also have the sun coming together with Jupiter at the end of the month, bringing in blessings into your home life. But again, I can't help but notice, the connection here with the 10th house, 4th house. So my friends, work-life balance could be coming into focus. Full moon at the top of the sky, changes to your career, your calling, your higher purpose, whatever you do from a 9 to 5, or are you retired? Is this moving into retirement? Plans for retirement, thoughts of retirement, planning, saving for a rainy day. Like I'm thinking RSPs or 401k or savings or whatever savings means to you. What else here? Could have something to do with relationship changes, possibly. People coming into the home, leaving the home, changes on the home. We talked about that, so I can kind of see that as well. Because again, this is a huge shift of work-life dynamics. And how is that working out for you, Taurus? Especially with all this energy in your third house, I can see some of you, if there's a lot of push-pull here. For those of you that do have a 9 to 5, and if you don't, that's fine. You know, maybe you're a stay-at-home parent, totally fine. That's that's not easy either. That is like a full-time job 24/7, unlike those of us working a 9 to 5 that we can separate that sometimes, right? Depending on your style, of course. But this is something to do with your status, your public image changing, whatever status means to you. For some, it could be going from single to common law to married, or vice versa. But again, I'm not saying all of you committed to someone is breaking up. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. So it would have to resonate with you. I'm just spitting out examples. Let's see here. The legacy you want to leave behind, bosses, authority figures. Taurus, I'm going to put it out there right now with this Pluto opposing Jupiter. I can see some of you would want to go head to head with your boss, toe to toe. You are the bull after all, you know, and all the fixed signs are stubborn, you know, and I'm not picking on you. Okay. My son is in a fixed sign. I'm a stubborn ass. I can be very stubborn, and trust me, I want to go head to head with authority figures all the time. So I feel you, Taurus. Okay. I feel you. I'm not picking on you, but is this the month to do it? I don't know. Pick your battles wisely, my friends, because something's going to give here. Pluto opposed Jupiter is manifestation, but it's also tension. It's like, you know, think of an elastic, and it's like this is the final straw type of energy, which is not a bad thing. Like I mentioned, could be career, could be ending a career, moving into a new career, or something to do with the home front if the career message does not resonate with you. Or again, status changes. Getting a business off the ground, things like that. Buying, selling, moving, renovating, property, things like that could also be coming into focus here. Or this could be your parents, Taurus. This could be your parents. Tension with your parents or grandparents, or changes that they are making that somehow ripple to you or impact you in some way, shape, or form. Now, this could also impact your partner. So for those of you in a committed relationship, now this could be business or in love. Taurus, I'm going to throw it out there too. This could also be about a partnership or someone that you're in bed with, quite literally, or from a business angle, or if something here, my friend, something here. Now, again, whatever this is, though, it's meant to be. It's meant to happen this way because these oppositions are crazy rare. We're not going to have another opposition with Jupiter opposing Pluto for another 12 years. And yes, Pluto will still be upstairs in your 10th house. So this is rare. This is meant to be type of energy, my friends. So if you're feeling it, if you're feeling that tension and you know exactly what I'm talking about, there's something here that's got to give and break. And Pluto is asking you to keep it authentic. Pluto is going to be stripping you, my friends, in this area of life for a very, very long time, asking you to be true to who you are. Like true authenticity is being asked of you, but Pluto's just getting started here. And the Jupiter at the bottom of your sky is just, he doesn't care. He wants to expand. He wants to do like whatever he wants to do. He has no limits. He's not Saturn. So he wants to bring in all these blessings into that 4th house, but it may conflict with something at the top of your sky there, something to do with work, the 9 to 5, your career. Like Pluto might be gut checking you in some way, shape, or form. All right, my friends, enjoy the month ahead, and we will see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Gemini sun or rising, let's look at the 3 respective areas of life that are being highlighted for you this month. So let's start with your 2nd house of Cancer. Lots of energy in here. Mercury is retrograde in this area of life. And technically, Mercury is staying here for just over 2 months. So June, July, and the first part of August is when Mercury will be here. You have a brand new fresh start in your 2nd house as well this month. Forgive me, Gemini, I might be jumping around here. The dates are on the slide here with regards to the personal planets. And of course, check out the links in the description box below if you want to learn more about Jupiter moving into your 3rd house of Leo. The nodes of the moon are shifting sign, new territory this month as well, into your 9th house and 3rd house as well. And also Chiron moving into your 12th house. You can check out All those links in the description box below, my friends, if you want to learn more about those transits. But anyway, back to your second house and third house here. So second house, brand new fresh starts on or around the 14th of the month. New moon in Cancer here at around 21 degrees. So Gemini, second house, I think some of you could be starting a new job, thinking about getting a new job, or something to do with upgrading your skill set. Second house, third house energy, and I'm including the third house here because the sun will be eventually transiting into this area of life, and also Jupiter is just waking up in this area of life as well, plus the south node newly moving into this sign as well this month. So skill set, your talents, your skills, your abilities, what you can bring to the table. Some of you could be going back to school, or some of you could be thinking about going back to school or reassessing your skill set in some way, shape, or form. Or maybe some of you want to take on an entirely different industry or job, which includes a new type of skill set. So that could be on your mind this month, but also I can see that rolling into next month as well. With Jupiter in your third house, educational pursuits, my friends, look really good over the next year. So pace yourself and give yourself grace though, Gemini, because I think some of you might bite off more than you can chew. It might not be this month, it might not be next month, but again, Jupiter expands and he doesn't care. He has no boundaries, my friends. He just wants you to expand and bring in the blessings and the love in this respective area of life. With Mercury, though, going back and forth in your second house, you could be reassessing what work means to you. What do you want to do from a 9 to 5? Now, for those of you that are not working, this is also a money house. So you're reassessing your finances, your something, I'm hearing something to do with decision making. I don't know what that means, but decisions to make on the work front, decisions to make in your business, decisions to make, again, with regards to your skill set, something to do with your hands, working with your hands, your arms, your feet, like the extremities of the body, they're sort of highlighting. But also second house, third house is more of those, how do you call it? Like it is working with the mind. Ninth house is more so higher education, teaching, mentoring, coaching, you stepping into an elder role, which is possible this month with a full moon upstairs in your ninth house. But second house, third house is like early childhood education, and it's also more so working with your hands. I associate this with more like college, like more like hands-on learning, where ninth house is more, reading a book, sitting in a lecture, and trying to absorb that, digest that. So again, your learning style could be up for some review, revision, what your next steps are. What does money mean to you? How do you earn a living? How does money flow to you? Gemini, there could be a lot of reassessment when it comes to second house, third house matters. Let's see here. Also material possessions, Gemini. Keep your receipts, especially if you're buying anything big or anything technological this month, my friends. Just because with Mercury retrograde, we might regret what we buy. By the time Mercury goes direct or maybe flows into your third house, middle of August, you might change your mind, let's say, or there might be some tech glitches, or you might have missed something in the fine print. So just hang on to your receipts, not the end of the world, but just know that if you're making any big purchases this month, including educational pursuits and courses, make sure you read the fine print. Make sure you, if you're doing like a payment plan or something along those lines, just know what you're getting yourself into and know what you're signing up for. Because like I mentioned, I can see some of you biting off way, like a lot, almost like too much, because of all this energy in your first house, second house, third house, my friends. So anyway, I'm just going to put out there, and I'm not saying you can't handle it, Gemini. I know you can handle it, my friends, but again, we all get ourselves into that into that spot where we also with eating, right? It's like putting a bunch of food on your plate and you're like, oh God, I can only get through half of this. It's human nature, my friends. Especially with you are ruled by Mercury. So that's why I'm saying this could really impact more than just your second house, third house. It could be your day to day, or something to do with your image or things like that. So anything drastic you want to do or change, or I don't know, maybe you want to cover your entire body with tattoos. You do you, Gemini, but if you want to do that now, you'll want to do it in August when your ruler is out of shadow and goes direct. I think that's a better time frame. But again, if you have to launch something, if you have to take action on something this month, life doesn't stop. So I know that's a lot, Gemini. I babbled about your second house there. So once the sun moves into your third house, joins the party with the South Node and Jupiter, this is, the third house you are very familiar with, Gemini, because it's sort of affiliated with you. So it's the mind, it's how you digest, chew on information. Like I mentioned, it's educational pursuits. It's for those of you maybe working in with children, like early childhood education is coming to mind here. But again, with the full moon lunation, and I'll come back to this, anything to do with educational pursuits is really highlighted this month. Or maybe you work in early childhood education. Maybe you work with kids or work with youth. That's really being illuminated and highlighted this month. Also, I'm going to throw it out there, Gemini, if you do work in one of those industries, yeah, Jupiter in your third house. Same with travel industry, transportation industry, very profitable. Yeah, definitely very, very, very profitable over the next year with Jupiter in here. But anyway, third house is also, as I mentioned, transportation, how you get around, planes, trains, automobiles, siblings, cousins, neighbors, neighborhood, relatives, extended family members, your community or whoever you consider to be your community. Social media is in here as well, the internet, and short distance trips and traveling. But with the energy in your ninth house, it could be long distance or short distance coming into focus this month, my friends. Okay, and sorry, I'm going to jump around here because we already talked about this, but that new moon in Cancer, remember, brand new beginnings starting in your second house, new income streams, new jobs, new resources, new skill set coming into this area of life. So I apologize. I want to back up there just in case I didn't cover or finish that off. My goodness. Okay, so that's your second house, third. So very busy, very busy, Gemini, especially with Uranus newly in your sign. You got Mars in your first house. You should have the energy, the vitality to tackle everything you want to tackle this month. But again, just try not to burn yourself out, my friends, because I can, as I mentioned now, probably the third or fourth time I can see the burnout could be a possibility this month. So just pace yourself and give yourself that grace. Okay, now Venus in your fourth house, Gemini. I like this for beautifying your space. Now this could be your home, this could be your office, this could be your cubicle, this could be, again, wherever you hang your hat, so to speak, my friends. So wherever Venus goes, she brings in love, beauty, harmony. So especially on the home front. So people that you live with, if you've had any tensions or squabbles with people that you live with, Venus, I like it when she comes in here, she kind of smooths things over. I can also see that maybe you'll be spending a little bit of money on your home. Again, beautifying your space, or again, people that you live with. Those relationships should be going a little bit more smoother. For those of you open to meeting someone new, you could meet someone in your local vicinity. You could also meet somebody online as well this month. But again, it depends on your personal circumstances. That would be only for those of you looking and open to meeting someone new. Yeah, sparks could fly with kind of like an unusual person, maybe somebody that you normally wouldn't date, or maybe you meet them in an unusual way, or you connect with them in an unusual way. Like something is different about this person, or it's different of how you meet them, or just something about them is different. The relationship is different between you and this individual. So something to explore, Gemini, for sure, if you're, again, open and looking. Nice energy to stay at home, like staycations. I usually hate saying this, but like, spending time with your partner at home looks really nice. Getting takeout, relaxing, getting to know them, maybe getting a babysitter, get the kids out of the house so you can stay in the house. Gemini, things like that. It's kind of like reconnecting with your partner, but on the home front. And, Venus in Virgo is, again, those earthly, tangible things. So eating good food, taking a walk in nature or by water or just, out in the country or whatever the case may be. Virgo can also represent, I'm thinking suburbia, suburban living. So it could be, I can see it going either way, exploring parts of the city that you haven't explored yet with your partner. Just nice things like that are just non-chaotic, Gemini. Because again, with Uranus in your sign, I think you might need those times of decompressing your nervous system. Okay, let's jump up to your 9th house here. So full moon in Aquarius at the end of the month, Gemini, give or take a day or two, depending on where you're on the planet. Now, full moons are endings, culminations, next chapters. The book is closing. Now something new is starting back up fresh. So Gemini, as I mentioned, 9th house energy. So religion, spirituality, your belief systems, long distance trips and traveling around, higher education, teaching, long distance connections with other people as well. For those of you that have a business that is global or international, something to do with that could be coming up, and I'll get back to this in a second with the Jupiter-Pluto opposition. Book publishing, writing, blogging. That's also covered in the 3rd house, my friends. 3rd house is anything to do with communicating, writing, speaking, teaching, and same with the 9th house. So I can see some of you thinking about going back to school, you becoming the student again, or you becoming the teacher, you stepping into like a shaman, an elder type of role, and you sharing your experience. Some of you, that could be a blog, a podcast, just getting your word to a larger, wider audience, my friends. That looks incredible this month. So, so many ways to get your word. They're showing me Amazon. So I don't know, are you selling products on Amazon, books on Amazon? I don't know. I'm not a spokesperson for Amazon, by the way. It popped into my head. So something about Amazon, but anyway, buying, selling as well, advertising, marketing yourself, putting yourself out there, my friends, especially if you have a startup or you're trying to get something off the ground. Yes. With Jupiter in your 3rd house, you guys, blessings coming in for a whole year with this type of energy. And same with Pluto at the top of your sky as well. Dealing with people from all over the globe, this is international at its finest. But as I mentioned, you have both signatures this month of local and international. So it could manifest either or. Also, Gemini, this is a lunation of pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, taking a leap of faith. Now, on that topic, Jupiter is opposing Pluto. This is very rare. This only happens, once every 12 years. So we won't get this for another 12 years. And Pluto, believe it or not, will still be in Aquarius, just at the later degrees. So oppositions, Gemini, they do have sometimes a bit of a tension, like a restrictive feel to them, because Jupiter wants to expand, but he's opposing Pluto, and Pluto's like, no. You have to be authentically you. You can't be like everybody else. You can't, I'm going to use teaching, for example. You can't be a cookie cutter teacher. You have to spin it your way. You have to do things your way. Like, yes, if you're just getting off the ground, yes, watch other teachers, see how they do it, or coaching or whatever you want to get into. I'm just using this as an example. I'm not telling you have to do it, but you spin it your way, Gemini. Like, you do things your way. Whatever downloads, intuitive hits you get. I mean, you have Uranus on your side, Pluto on your side for a long time, but it doesn't mean it's going to be a cakewalk. But Pluto is just making sure, is this right for you? Is this what you want? Is this authentically who you are? Is this your voice? Is this your writing? Make sure you put your stamp on it, your twist on it, your spin on it, whatever you want to call it, Gemini. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. This is manifestation at its finest. It's not a square to your energy, Gemini. wealth, there could be money attached to this, job, vocation, pets, animals are tied in here as well. Voice, like definitely something to a speaking, right? Like using your voice, Gemini, is really coming in strong here. So manifestation, but also like this is an aspect of the final straws being pulled here in these two areas of life. Some of you could be graduating, but again, some of you could be just beginning your learning or educational journey. And I know I've said that like 100 times now, but with all this energy in your first house, second house, third house, you're creating a new image, Gemini. It's not going to happen overnight, my friends. It won't. And you're also building a new social circle around you, and you are or will be attracting in new like-minded people. But again, pack your patience, because none of this is going to happen overnight. Some of it will, because I'm connecting the dots between your 9th, your 11th, your 1st, and your 3rd houses. So, and this is all working in your favor, Gemini, but I can appreciate change is not easy. So anyway, with that said, Gemini, enjoy the month ahead, my friends, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Cancer, welcome to July, Cancer sun or rising. And if you're celebrating a birthday this month, Cancer, I want to wish you a fantastic birthday, not only day ahead, but fantastic year ahead as well. So Cancer, let's dive into the 3 areas of life that are really being highlighted and activated this month for you. So obviously your first house, lots and lots and lots of energy in that first house. Second house we're going to talk about, and then your 8th house as well. So forgive me, I might jump around a little bit here, Cancer. The dates are on the slide here so you can reference them. And also there's more information, more videos in the links down in the description box below, where I made separate videos about the nodes of the moon transitioning into new territory this month. So this is really going to hit you from a financial perspective, Cancer, over the next 2 years. This is a 2-year cycle for you. And also Jupiter moving into the 2nd house as well, which is bringing in blessings again to your work life, to your finances, resources, and also your skill set is likely going to expand as well, Cancer. So separate videos in the links in the description box below if you want to learn a little bit more. So let's go back to your first house, Cancer. Now, you have a brand new fresh start in your first house. By the way, if you are celebrating a birthday this month, but even if you're a Cancer rising, I still recommend to put your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, your intentions at, I was going to say at or on, at or on or around this new moon energy. So this is the 14th of the month, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. So because again, this is still your energy, Cancer. So whether you're watching for your sun or your rising sign, this is your new moon to plant those intentions for what you want to manifest. I mean, it could be anything, Cancer, because anything in the first house ripples out to multiple areas of life, technically all areas of life. So anyway, Cancer, also Mercury has been in your sign for quite some time. So June, July, and he will not move out of your sign until I think it's around August the 9th. So Cancer, if you've been feeling discombobulated, heavy, weighed down, confused, emotional, you're on a roller coaster, you don't know if you're going left or right, or, you know, 1 minute you could be tearing up and the next minute, you know, you're on a high. I don't know. Like it is a lot having Mercury in your sign for such a long time. Now Mercury does rule your 3rd house and your 12th house. So definitely the mind could be racing. Maybe some of you are having difficulty sleeping. You could be overthinking things, or something happens at work, or something happens with a relationship, whether it's love or business or family or whatever. And you're overthinking that. Oh, I should have said this. I should have said that. A lot of that is probably going to continue for you. But again, there's a reason for it. Like, it's not here to punish you, Cancer. There's clearly something that needs to get moved and pushed out of your subconscious or conscious. Or this could be about something unconscious coming to the forefront. Secrets being revealed. Something is trying to come up. Something is trying to grab your attention or awareness. Really good energy, Cancer. I'm going to put it out there because Mercury does rule your third house of educational pursuits and skill set and learning something new. I do challenge you to try to channel this energy into learning something new or building something or working with your hands or your arms or your legs or exercising. Just, yeah, please don't hurt yourself depending on your age and things like that. Don't go hot and heavy, but put this mind chatter to work. Put your body to use. Get your electrical system working for you, Cancer, instead of against you. Uranus is going to be in your 12th house for quite some time. Mars rolling around the 12th house, I can appreciate, can sometimes be a challenge too. But this month is a really good month to channel this into whatever you want. Whatever you want, my friends, whatever, as long as it lights you up, lifts you up, whether it's exercising, I would just recommend move the body, because they're showing me a couch. And I know a lot of us, we come home, we're on the couch, we're binge watching, but I mean, are you sitting there scrolling on your phone? Are you like, we're all guilty of that, right? We're like, we're watching our shows in between commercials or whatever, or breaks, we're like scrolling on our phone. Like, try to do something different, Cancer. I feel like Mercury retrograde is also asking you to maybe break a habit, break a routine, reincorporate something healthy. Whether it's food, whether it's talking to yourself better, what do you say to yourself when you look in the mirror? Reassessing how you dress, reassessing how you look. But this is also reassessing how you look at life, Cancer. If it's your rising sign, it's the glasses, it's the lenses that we wear, it's the projections we put out there on, you fill in the blank, family, friends, loved ones, coworkers, colleagues, business partnerships. So lots of reassessment happening for you this month, Cancer. And again, it really could be multiple areas of life being in your first house, as I mentioned. Something also, coming into your awareness, brought to the forefront. You could be receiving messages, or you could be the one breaking the news to someone. I can kind of see that going both ways here. For those of you that maybe want to change directions, shift directions, or again, this might have something to do with your image, your style, your clothing, not a bad time to do it, especially with all this energy in your first house and a new moon, fresh new beginning in your first house. I would just say, Cancer, keep your receipts, because I'm thinking when Mercury moves into your second house in next month, you might change your mind. So just keep that in mind, Cancer. So before you maybe go to the salon and get that crazy hairdo or the big blowout or whatever the case may be, if you want it, you're still going to want it in August, if that makes sense. So if you can hold off for another month, I'd recommend that. But again, you do you, my friends. You do you. Hair usually grows, right? You can always get it fixed or changed later on down the road. But I'm just thinking, if you go out and spend like a few $1,000s on a new wardrobe and then you regret it, again, just hang on to those receipts, my friends. And same with technology, gadgets. Mercury rules your third house. If you're buying a vehicle or buying new laptops, computers, things like that, anything to do with technology or movement, transportation. This also includes planes, trains, automobiles. Just double, triple check your itinerary if you're traveling this month, Cancer, but also if you're buying anything technological, just if you can hold off, that would be best. But if you can't, just make sure you buy the warranty or keep your receipts or double, triple check things. Just because, Mercury can cause a bit of a snafu, especially for you, because Mercury does rule your third house and your 12th house as well. Okay, so let's see here. Also, some of you could be starting a new relationship this month. Now, again, relationships could mean 100 different things. It could be, new clients, new associates, new love, new whatever the case may be. So that could be a possibility as well, Cancer. For those of you open to meeting someone new, they would be local, like they would be in your local environment. I'm not saying it's going to be restricted to only in your city, town, state, province, whatever the case may be. But I'm in this basic chart, I'm just seeing kind of the local focus or aspect here. You can also meet somebody online, but again, you got to put yourself out there if you're interested. If you're connected to a partner, I would recommend to, take that PTO, take that vacation, take the time off, reconnect with your partner. You don't have to go far. You can if you want to, but I would explore your local environment, your local community, explore places in the area that you haven't yet, explored, new restaurants, new hiking trails, new paths, going out to the country, exploring the city. Maybe you live in the country, explore the city, vice versa. So do those things with your partner this month, Cancer. Good food, good wine, good whatever. Indulge with them in that perspective. Okay, second house. So once the sun transitions into your second house, Cancer, going to join the party there with Jupiter and the South Node. Keep in mind, links in the description box below if you want to learn more about that. But your second house is your talents, your skills, your abilities. I feel like some of you, Cancer, might be thinking about or starting a new journey when it comes to your skill set. You could be releasing a skill set. Now, I'm talking long term, but you might be thinking about it now. Releasing a skill set, releasing the job that you're doing, and changing up how you earn a living, meaning through a job or through investments or through, you fill in the blank. Because I can appreciate some of you are not working. Some of you are probably retired. But how money flows to you is going to be in focus this month. Again, learning something new. And I challenge you to try to do something about it this month. You don't have to break the bank. But again, channel that energy into moving the body, or again, the mind. Because I can also see the possibility of benefits coming to you, Cancer, in the short term and in the long term with whatever you're learning, whatever you're doing, whatever you're planning. This could be short term or long term, as I mentioned. So focus your energy in on that, especially if, like I mentioned earlier, you're struggling with an overactive mindset and just overthinking everything and being more reactive than responsive and emotional and outbursts, and try to focus on something else. I think that's really going to help you, because if you're not able to move the body, well, then use your mind. Books, writing, blogging, engaging online in some way, shape, or form, buying online courses, going to the library, exploring the library, volunteering. This could be with young people too. I think that would also light you up, lift you up too, Cancer, because you are the caregiver of the zodiac after all. But yeah, second house, sun illuminating in here, buying, selling. This could be property, this could be investments, this could be your 401k, your RSPs, money in general, your job. For some of you that want to change your career, Cancer, you do have a new moon in here next month. So something could be shifting this month, next month. But again, Jupiter is in here for a whole year. So Jupiter, he wants to expand your horizons in this area of life. So I have a feeling some of you will definitely be changing up your career, your status, your reputation over the next year, because Jupiter will be making trines to Neptune and Saturn over and over and over again upstairs in your career house, Cancer, which I love for you. This is very beneficial. Excellent time to make a career change over the next year. I know I'm bouncing all over the place and I always seem to talk way in the future, but we're this timeline could be short or it could be within the next year for you, Cancer. So I love this energy. This is going to line your pockets in a good way. But Jupiter here can also make you spend, my friends. He wants to spend money, lavish your friends, family, lavish trips, because Jupiter rules your 9th house of long distance tripping around and traveling. So I can see you spending the big bucks there, or maybe you're buying tickets for all your kids and grandkids. I'm not here to harp on you, Cancer, but again, review your financial situation, because Jupiter can also, as much as Jupiter can bring in blessings, he can also, again, make us spend a lot of money, over, what's that word? Like living beyond our means, right? So again, don't break the bank there, Cancer. Let's see here. And Jupiter also rules your 6th house of work and how you show up and be of service. So those of you not working, I encourage you to get into like humanitarian efforts, or working with animals or rescuing animals, or whoever lights you up. Animals, do they light you up, or humans? Whatever it is, Cancer. Yeah. Yeah. And again, whether you're working or not working, take what resonates and leave the rest. Okay. So those are, your first house, second house, third house. Let's jump up, Cancer, really quickly to that full moon in your 8th house. So this is at the end of the month, give or take a day or two, 29th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. So this is illuminating, again, another financial area of life. So finances are definitely in the spotlight, in focus this month, but it also tells me there could be changes here in your financial circumstances or situations. So this could be deep psychological change. We talked about the mind racing. 8th house also rules over big life shifts and transitions and changes. You have the eclipses here for the next 2 years, my friends. So again, lots of life changes probably coming down the pipe for you. This is just the beginning. Think back to February. That's when you had your first taste of an eclipse in your 8th house here. So mundane stuff is also in the 8th house. So taxes, debts, loans, mortgages, dealing with the big banks, dealing with, the CRA or whatever country you're in, the tax collectors, taxes. What can we not run from in this lifetime? Death and taxes. That's in the 8th house, my friends. Now, I'm not saying you're going to die, but you catch my drift here. It's just, transformation is at the heart of the 8th house. And again, with Pluto here, he's just going to ask you to get authentic when it comes to how money flows to you. Now, this is also your partner house, Cancer. So for those of you that are connected in a business partnership or a marital relationship or a common law relationship, this could also put the spotlight on their finances, their resources. Something could be wrapping up or ending here. A debt, a loan, you finally get your tax check in, or a tax break, or this could be a bill, you guys. I have to be honest. A bill comes in and you got to pay it. It is what it is, because it is illuminating the financial axis here. 8th house is also a house of sexuality, intimacy. That could be coming up in some way, shape, or form. The shadow, property, inheritance, wills, and fear, power, and control. Now, Cancer, with this opposition between Pluto and Jupiter, clearly there's something here that needs to change with how you're spending money, how you're earning money, how money is flowing to you. Or this could be, like I mentioned, about your partner. This could be a realization with how your partner's spending money, how your business partner's spending money. This could also be manifestation, Cancer. So I'm not saying this is going to be negative. It's hard to say how this is going to manifest without seeing your birth chart, my friends, okay? So this is a manifestation of something, but I'm not sure if it's going to be you or if it's going to be your partner, or how money flows to you is clearly up for some change. This is the energy of the final straws being pulled. You make a decision, your partner makes a decision, it's like a gut check here. Something here has to give, something here has to change, Cancer, and be mindful of power dynamics with you, your partners, business, love, marriage, even your kids, Cancer. There could be money involved, sex involved, intimacy, like power struggles, again, fear, control. Something to do with that could be coming to the surface here. Your skill set, again, career, getting out of your career, Cancer, moving into something that lights you up, lifts you up, my friends. Yeah, a lot of you will be probably changing your career too. Maybe not this month, but at some point too, because Saturn is testing you from that perspective as well. So anyway, Cancer, I think that's all I was going to quickly cover for this month ahead. So enjoy the month ahead, my friends. And again, happy birthday if you are celebrating this month. and we will see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Leo, sun or rising, let's talk about the month of July and the 3 areas of life that are really being highlighted or illuminated for you this month. So, Leo, first of all, if you are celebrating a birthday this month, my friends, I want to wish you a fantastic day ahead, but not only a wonderful day ahead, a wonderful, blessed year ahead as well, Leo. And all the Leos out there are going to be blessed by Jupiter over the next year in some way, shape, or form. So, Leo, let's get started here. And just another reminder, down in the description box below, I have separate videos about Jupiter in your sign, kite cradle activations of these 4 areas of life I was referencing, Chiron moving into Taurus and what that means for each and every one of us. Eclipse season is just around the corner, Leo, and guess what? Yeah, the South Node has moved into your sign. Well, not until the end of the month, so I'm getting ahead of myself here, I guess, depending on when you're watching this. But all of that is in the description down below, my friends. So let's dive in here. Your 12th house is really like lots of energy in there this month, Leo. But again, just think of it this way. We're preparing for our birthday season. I'm also a Leo sun. So it's kind of like whenever June comes around, I have to be honest, like I get really sleepy and tired. I don't know about you folks. And I'm not a rising. I'm not a Leo rising. So this technically isn't my 12th house. But I get sleepy. I get drowsy. I usually, I hate to say it, I hope my boss is not watching. I take some sick days because I'm just like, I'm a big cat. I just want to like sleep and take a time out, and I feel like I have no energy. So anyway, enough babbling about that. But I'm just thinking of the 12th house. That's the 12th house. It's like rest. You know, we're getting our we're getting our beauty sleep until it's our time, Leo, until the sun touches, you know, the first house, technically that 0 degree mark for each and every one of us. Then it's kind of like we wake up and we're like, okay, we're re-energized now. But I can appreciate not everyone will experience it that way. I am going to bounce around here, Leo, so forgive me. The dates are on the slide here with regards to the lunations and the personal planet transitions here. But Leo, focus this month also could be on friendship circles, networking, rubbing shoulders with like-minded individuals. I'd say, Leo, accept those invites this month, accept those collaborations this month. You just never know where they're going to lead you. Even if you're kind of like, ugh, and you're kind of like, well, I don't know, like explore it, Leo. I would say explore it and get used to it, because I'm looking at Uranus in your 11th house and Mars activating this area of life for you this month as well. Now, the 12th house, as I mentioned, brand new fresh starts here. This might be a quieter new moon for you, Leo. Next month is your new moon in your sign. That's the moon to set your birthday wishes and intentions. So if you are celebrating this month, I'm not telling you you can't set your wishes, your hopes, your dreams on that day, on your special day. But next month, when the moon is in your sign, Leo, or I should say our sign, it just jazzes up that much more energy because it brings in the Leo energy. A new moon in Cancer will bring in a different energy, a different vibration than a new moon in Leo. And I'm not saying Cancer's bad. And I'm not saying, you know, Leo's better than Cancer. It's just a different vibrational match. So for those of you that are introverts, I know a lot of Leo introverts. I'm one of them. This is a good new moon to set your intentions of what you want to release, what the bullshit you're not going to take anymore, the stuff you're going to release, whether it's mentally, emotionally, psychologically, physically. This is a good new moon to set those wishes and intentions of, I'm not going to take this anymore. Or like, how do you talk to yourself, Leo? It's about moving forward with a positive mindset. And notice what you're noticing. Are you going down the rabbit hole of shoulda, coulda, woulda, overthinking things? I should have said this, I should have said that. I mean, I feel like we all get trapped in that cycle sometimes. So regardless, Leo, I think both lunations this month and next month are going to be incredibly important for not only physical, tangible results on the outside world, but it starts with us first. And that's what I like about these lunations leading up to the birthday season here, your birthday season here, because it's about, you can't bring forward new energy if you're still hanging on to the past, Leo. And this could be anything, people, places, things, old relationships, old jobs, things like that, Leo. And Mercury ruling your 2nd house and 11th house. Reassessing, going over old ground when it comes to your skill set, maybe revisiting those courses, Leo, that you haven't finished yet, brushing up on books that you purchased. Not a bad month too to curl up with a bunch of books. You know, it's stimulating the mind, but also your skill set, keeping your hands busy, your arms busy. If you feel kind of discombobulated, or you don't know if you're going left or right or up or down, channel it into movement, soft movement, or projects, or working with something. If it's not physical, if you can't do something physical, exercise the mind, my friends. Getting into proper sleep habits, I think, would be important this month as well. But again, I'm just spitting out examples here, Leo. So it really depends on what else do you have in the sign of Cancer. That would probably add in some additional layers. You're reassessing your job. For those of you that are working, you're reassessing your finances, maybe adjusting your finances, how you earn a living, how you spend money, how you use money, your relationship to money. You're reassessing friendship circles, reassessing networks, reassessing professional affiliations, especially paid, anything to do with subscriptions, how you use technology. Not a bad time to kind of take a break from technology, Leo, but that might be tough for some of you, especially if you have an online business or website or whatever the case may be. But if you can find time to disconnect, or again, get into a proper sleep routine so you can kind of calm the mind down, because yeah, Mercury in here for 2 months is tough. Definitely. June, July, and then Mercury moves into your sign early August. I think it's around the 9th of the month. So anyway, my friends, I don't want to spend too much time on the 12th house energy, but hopefully you catch my drift of, like, this is the clean out the closets, get rid of things that you don't wear, that you don't use, that donate, sell it, go over old ground, wrap things up once and for all before all of this energy pours into your sign. Now, once the sun moves into your 1st house, obviously, I think you will get your groove back. You will get your energy back. You might want to do a makeover. You might want to change something to do with the body, the identity, your status, anything in the 1st house, Leo. Again, if you've been following me for a while, bleeds into other areas of life. So we'll get to that full moon across the street from you here, but this is the health and well-being of your vessel. Like, how are you taking care of yourself, Leo? Because the sun here is going to pour light, heat, energy, focus on you. Now, you could be in the spotlight, but that's not for all of you. Career shifts, career changes, blessings coming in from the career, because I'm also looking at Venus in your 2nd house. Venus in your 1st house, actually, in June, Leo, would have been really good for the image, beautifying something, getting your hair done, or pampering yourself in any way, shape, or form, wardrobe changes. But Venus in the 2nd house can continue that, because the 2nd house is also part of the face as well. But this is also benefits on the job front. Sorry, I'm having a hard time speaking. I don't know why. It's like I can't talk fast enough. Skill set, brushing up on your skill set, upgrading your skill set so maybe you can go after that promotion or new job, or learning something new so you can break away from your job. Some Leos will be probably doing that over the next year, I'm going to say, especially with Jupiter in your 1st house and Pluto obviously for a long stay in your 7th house as well, my friends. Venus in your 2nd house usually brings in the money, But again, Venus here can also make us spend money. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Similar energy to when Mars moves in here as well. Mars won't be in your second house though for quite some time. But focus on money, resources, your job, your 9 to 5, and spending money on your skill set, which I think will pay off for you, Leo. But again, with Mercury retrograde, my friends, just keep your receipts, double, triple check things, read the fine print, all those typical rules with Mercury retrograde in the 12th house here. And Mercury is kind of hidden. So you might not notice it until, again, Mercury hops into your sign in August, where it's kind of like, oh, gee, what was I thinking back in June and July? It's sort of that type of energy. So just be mindful of that as well. Okay. For those of you open to meeting someone new, again, with Jupiter in your first house for the next year, the great attractor, like, yeah, you could definitely attract someone in Leo, but I'm also looking at Venus through your second house. You could meet somebody through work, or again, like mutual hobbies or whatever you do on a day-to-day. So if you don't work, this would be something to do with just putting yourself out there, volunteering, working with kids or animals or anything like that, like getting yourself out there, meeting somebody in class or an educational setting, things like that. Leo, I do feel like they could be local, but I mean, they could also be international as well. I don't want to restrict that. Yeah, okay. Let's move to that full moon here, Leo. And I'm also going to talk about the Jupiter-Pluto opposition here. So end of the month, full moon in your 7th house of partnerships. So endings and new beginnings with regards to a partnership, a client, new clients coming in. Also, Leo, something to do with attracting a different set of clients. Maybe some of you need to look at that, think about that. I mean, Jupiter in your first house, also, I think you will naturally be doing that. You'll be attracting kind of a global base versus like a solo local community base. I think it's time to cast your net wider, Leo. And this month it could be brought to your attention more than, say, in the past, or maybe you're already thinking about it, and this is the month where the final straw is pulled. Because with Jupiter opposing Pluto, this is manifestation at its finest, but it's an opposition. So it's always a push-pull mentality. It gives me a Saturn feel where Jupiter wants to expand. Like you want to change your image, you want to change your business, you want to attract in new clients, you want to raise your prices. You want to find a new hobby. You want to maybe start a family. You know, Jupiter in the first house. Yes, I've had many women comment over the years about Jupiter in the first house expanding the belly. I love that. Well, I mean, Jupiter rules your 5th house of children. So, you know, maybe it's about starting a family and wanting all these things, which is what Jupiter is going to bring you. But Pluto is like, is it authentically, like, what are the reasons you want it, Leo? Like Pluto is going to peel you, strip you, my friends, of what is authentically right and true for you. And is it authentic? You know, some of us now, and I'm talking to myself here too, so I'm not picking on you, Leo. Some of us think what we want is authentic and true to us. But over the years, well, especially with Jupiter in our sign for a year, Pluto might show us otherwise. Well, Pluto's going to be in here for like 18 years. So, I mean, it's a long lesson here when it comes to what we want in partnership, relationship, in business, with work, our identity, who we want to attract for single Leos out there. Yeah, this is attracting in a powerful partnership, definitely. But I can see, especially with a full moon here too, I can see this might be, again, the final straw of, you know, moving on, taking your separate way, however you want to say that, Leo. Now, if you're in a solid, secure relationship, I'm not telling you you're going to break up, but for those of you that feel it in your bones, in your soul, yeah, you're going to feel this tension between you and your partner, or you and your client, or you and your business partner, or you and family. Because Pluto is the modern ruler of your fourth house, Leo. So this could be that tension with your family. Like maybe they don't support you. Maybe you want to, like you have all these dreams and all these wishes and your family's like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Like, yeah, that can be freaking annoying. Or, let's see here. Yeah, I'm just thinking, starting a family, hobbies, creative projects, creative endeavors, whatever you want to do, Leo. And Pluto is unfortunately gut checking you with that. But I mean, it's all going to manifest differently for each and every one of us. This is also a wealthy transit. Jupiter does rule your 8th house of other people's money, Leo, as well. So you might need to spend money to make money for those of you that own a business, run a business. So yeah, Leo, forgive me. I'm just trying to spit out examples here. It's really tough to say exactly how this is going to manifest without seeing your chart. But also there's a full moon in here. So something's got to end in this area of life, or it's shining a spotlight on you. So there's something that you're doing that needs to end, that needs to stop. And again, it could be as simple as cleaning out the closets, cleaning out the clutter, so you can welcome in that new energy into your home, into your office space, whatever it is, Leo. If it's love you want, make room for it. What does your nightstand say? Do you have are you sleeping in a single bed? Do you have shit all over your house or your apartment? Like Leo, you'd be surprised. It's the little things that add up. I'm not a feng shui consultant, but I myself have utilized feng shui over the years, and it blew my mind. It blew my mind. I mainly used it for career, but it blew me away. But again, I'm not selling feng shui here. Like, I'm not a consultant or anything like that. But, I'm just thinking with Pluto ruling your 4th house, yeah, might have something to do with home like something's got to be cleaned out of the closets on the home. Some of you, it's a job, like getting rid of a soul-sucking freaking job, Leo, because Pluto and Jupiter is also activating your other big angles of your life. So your 10th house, 4th house, could be your parents too. Something to do with your parents are going through a big transformational change, my friends. So it might not be about you. It might be about them. Like Leo, this might be about other people or you. Like I said, I'm just spitting examples here for you to sort of think about. But if you do feel restricted or blocked, I just don't want that to block you, my friends. I don't, because at the end of the day, Jupiter is a benefic. He is trying to work with us, and same with Pluto, but Pluto just has a different way of showing the lesson. And they're both very wealthy gods, my friends. Okay. But yeah, you do you. You find that balance. It's about balancing. Balancing your relationships is highlighted this month for sure. But anyway, Leo, that's pretty much in a nutshell what I wanted to quickly cover off this month. So again, happy birthday if you're celebrating this month. I wish you a wonderful month ahead, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Virgo, sun or rising, welcome to July, and let's talk about the 3 main areas of life that are really being activated for you for the month ahead. Now, I'm going to start off with Venus in your 1st house, Virgo. For those of you that are open to meeting someone new, it's definitely full on this month, my friends. Whenever Venus transits your sign or our own sign, whether you're sun or rising, Venus is an attractive force similar to Jupiter. So you could be attracting in the right partnership to you. Now this person could be through the work front, because also Mars is at the top of your sky as well, Mars and Uranus. So you could meet them in unusual circumstances. Like there just could be something unusual about running into this person, whether it's at a local coffee shop or just running out to the farmer's market or whatever the case may be, and boom, you run into someone. Or you might, again, technology is kind of highlighted here. So you might meet them online in some way, shape, or form, or just in some sort of unusual way, and you kind of go, oh, and it kind of hits you out of the blue. So I can also see that type of activation and energy as well. But you do share something in common with this person. So like I said, depending on if you're working or not, could be through career, could be through hobbies or interests, or they could actually even be a client, either way. You could be a client of theirs, or they could be a client of yours if you own a business, run a business. But the connection is there this month for those of you that are single and looking, Virgo. But yeah, I love Venus in the first house. Really nice time for beauty treatments, style, pampering yourself, doing the hair, the nails, the mani, the pedi, the wardrobe, the facials, things like that, Virgo. But just keep in mind, Mercury is retrograde. Your ruler is retrograde. So with all that babbling, yes, I'm now going to talk out of the other side of my mouth, Virgo. But yeah, your ruler is retrograde. So just keep that in mind. And also, I can see some of you changing your style or your appearance based on emotions or based on what somebody says to you. You do you, my friends, but you might regret that change in August. So I just want to throw it out there because, again, a lot of us are going through this of, Mercury swimming around in a very emotional sign. We can do things based on emotion and not logic. And you are a very logical, grounded sign, Virgo. So again, if you want to dye your hair hot pink, that's cool. I'm not here to judge you, but if you want to dye it hot pink, you probably still want to do it in August, if you catch my drift. Or if you want to go out and buy that $100,000 or $200,000 boat, can it wait? Can it wait? Because again, you might change your mind in August or September, for example. So anyway, any big purchases or any drastic changes, what I'm getting at here, Virgo, is hang on to your receipts. Maybe instead of covering yourself head to toe with tattoos, maybe get some fake ones first. Because again, if you still want it, trust me, you'll still want it in August when Mercury finally moves out of shadow. So, or if you can at least wait until the end of the month when Mercury goes direct, that would be best. But at the end of the day, hey, we can't stop the train from moving ahead, Virgo, can we? So life cruises on. It just means adjustments later on down the road. Okay, so that's your first house, my friends. Let's go back to your 11th house, 12th house. So lots of energy in this 11th house, as I mentioned. Mercury retrograde, you're reassessing this area of your life. You have a brand new beginning here as well, Virgo, new moon. Middle of the month, forgive me, I'm bouncing around here, Virgo. I got the dates on the slide here for the lunations and the personal planets. And before I forget, check out the links in the description box below if you want to learn more about this new lunation cycle coming up, new eclipse cycle coming up in Leo and Aquarius, and also Jupiter moving into your 12th house, Chiron moving into your 9th house, and what that means for you. Check out the links in the description box below if you want to learn more. Anyway, so the 11th house, lots of energy in here. Siblings could be in focus. It could be older siblings, but I'm going to just toss it out there. It could be any sort of sibling. Friendship circles, groups, affiliations, personal, professional affiliations or memberships that you belong to, people that you rub shoulders with, networking events, collaborations, social media, the internet, your hopes, your wishes, your dreams. The 11th house is also the house of gains, like what you bring forward from that 10th house, Virgo. So not only do I think this is where your focus is going to continue to be for the month ahead, but you're reassessing something in this area of life. And again, there's something being brought forward as a fresh new beginning in this area of life. So I think some of you, Virgo, are reassessing friendship circles and what that means to you, for you. Networking, again, social media, really good time actually to revamp your website or anything to do with your socials. Facebook, YouTube, podcasting, blogging, again, anything that you put out there in whatever, what do you call that? Internet land, out in the universe, that could be up for some reassessment, or I encourage you, if not already, you might have done this already in June, but relook at all of that. Relook at how you're using technology. How can you make it work for you? AI, Obviously, we're going to be talking about AI for, I don't know, decades now, decades and decades and decades in the years ahead. So all of those things could be coming up for some review and revision. And again, if the technology side doesn't resonate with you, it's your friendship circles. It could also be your relationships with your family members too, because it is Cancer. For you, Virgo in particular, it's, friends to you are like family. So maybe it's time to reassess that as well. And it looks like there's new family coming in. New family, new friends, new connections, because again, you have that new moon, that beautiful new moon here. Actually, love could be coming in from an existing, like this person's already in your vicinity. You already know this person. Who popped into your mind right now when I said that? There's some sort of new connection here, or a new, what do you call it? Like a new step in your relationship, whether it's a friendship, maybe you go into business with this person, or maybe you become more than friends, Virgo. That could be a possibility as well. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, Mars at the top of your sky, my friends. Did I talk about this? Yeah, lots of action. You're laser focused. Some of you, again, Mars cuts and severs. So if your midheaven goes through Gemini, Virgo, if your career line, this is your house of purpose, career, status, reputation, retirement, could ripple into retirement, because again, that means your home line goes through Saggy there. You're cutting, ending, severing here. Mars irritates and inflames wherever he goes. He's not he is a malefic, but I mean, without Mars, we'd all be marshmallows on the couch. So Mars is jazzing up your career sector here, Virgo, but something needs to go, I'm thinking. And I think it's going to be quick and fast, because coming together with Uranus, it's like, boom, you change directions. Boom, you change projects. Boom, you fill in the blank. Go after what it is that you want, Virgo. That's what this type of energy is bringing forward to you. It might make you feel uncomfortable, top of your sky, changing your status quite rapidly. This is, we have a couple signatures this month of the final straw is going to be pulled. I think there's a lot of people out there that are going to do a 180 in their life in July and August. I almost guarantee it. Just because with the Pluto-Jupiter opposition we'll talk about in a second, but also Mars coming together with Uranus, this is a quick ending, but also a quick new beginning, a fresh new start. Insights, downloads, opportunities coming into that career sector, Virgo. Technology, embracing those invites, embracing something new that, might make you uncomfortable, but you're going to be flying high and wide here, Virgo, for many years with Uranus at the top of your sky. Okay, let's jump to that full moon in Aquarius in your 6th house. Now, this is at the end of the month, give or take a day or two, around the 29th. 6th house, very busy house. So this is anything to do with your day-to-day duty, responsibility, driving the kids here, driving the kids there. How are you taking care of your body? Health and well-being is in focus this month, Virgo, or again, is going to be brought to your attention this month. By the way, Pluto in the 6th house. I have experienced this with Pluto moving through Capricorn. That was my 6th house from a sun sign perspective. And lots of transformation and change when it comes to diet, health, routine, and how I was eating years and years and years ago is totally done, more than a 180. And how you take care of your vessel. Now, if you've already been taking care of your vessel, I'm not here to scare you, my friends, but it's just something that Pluto and also this full moon together with Pluto is really going to bring something into your awareness. Now, I'm not saying you're going to die or anything like that, Virgo. You are the sign of health and well-being. So I feel like I'm preaching to the wrong crowd here. But Pluto in the 6th house, you will definitely be transforming how you take care of yourself and what you are ingesting. And also the second brain is going to go through an overhaul. So the intestinal tract, to me, that's almost like the first brain. But anyway, I don't want to get into that argument. Those of you watching are physicians. Yeah, I'm not a physician, but I mean, it's the gut-brain connection. The guts are just as our intestinal tract is just as important as the brain, I guess is what I'm getting at here. So anyway, what else? Pets. Endings and new beginnings with something to do with animals and pets. Workplace. Changes in the workplace. Again, maybe some of you are ending a job this month. I wouldn't be surprised, again, with Mars cruising along the top of your sky, slicing and dicing. Also, Virgo, pick your battles this month with bosses, authority figures, clients, your coworkers, things like that, my friends. I'll come back to this in a second. But again, some of us, like, this conversation has to happen. This ending has to happen. I'm just seeing multiple signatures this month of lots of just people have had it and they're moving on in July and August. So, which I personally love it. You know, we need to think, is this really good for us? That's also what Pluto's going to teach you, is getting into a job, a career, being of service, showing up, being of service, authentically who you are, Virgo. Let's see here. Aunts and uncles are also covered in the 6th house, so that could be coming up or changes in their life. Deep psychological shifts and changes as well. Yeah, did we skip over your 12th house, Virgo? I think, God, isn't that horrible? I can't even remember now, because the sun's going to be pouring light, heat energy into your 12th house as well. I'm not sure if we skipped over that. We might have. Sorry, Virgo. I am like all over the map here. Yeah, I'll go back to that in a second here, because we're going to talk about the Pluto-Jupiter opposition. So sorry, Virgo. Yeah, you know, Mercury retrograde in my 12th house, so I'm all spun out here. Anyway, back to your 6th house. Changes in the workplace, changes in the environment, changes with workplace culture. If you own, 6th house is also like rental agreements, signing on the dotted line, new jobs. If you own rental units, for those of you, if that's like part of your business or part of how you earn a living or make a living, I should say, changes with tenants, things like that. 6th house is also if you need to hire anyone to help you out with your business or work or to paint your house or paint your deck or something along those lines. Again, there could be changes with contractors, changes with agreements, changes with those type of individuals as well. For the better. Again, for the better. If people fall away, drop away, ghost you, whatever the case may be, just find a new contractor, find new people to work for you. Also, if you own a business, run a business, maybe you're cutting, ending, severing a contract with that individual as well. Letting them go. Or people quitting, right? There's definitely changes on the work front here. Okay, now Pluto-Jupiter opposition. So sorry if I skipped over your 12th house, my friends. I hope I'm not repeating myself here, but the sun will eventually make its way into your 12th house. So 12th house is a hidden, quiet house, Virgo. It's sort of shining a spotlight on more so about endings and letting go, cleaning out the closet, cleaning out the clutter in your home to get ready to welcome in that new space when this energy hops into your sign, when your birthday season comes around, Virgo. So spirituality, solitude, taking a time out, pampering yourself, healing mentally, physically, emotionally, psychologically, hidden gifts, talents, abilities. A lot of you out there have that in you right now that you will be bringing forward over the next year. You'll be working on it over the next year. A lot of you are doing shadow work. You'll be doing deep psychological work on yourself. It's kind of like, you know, working on yourself so you can show up for your purpose, for your family, for your partner, for whatever you fill in the blank there, my friends. So that's sort of the 12th house. So sleep routines, behind closed doors, habits, routines behind closed doors, and doing things that light you up, lift you up, like learning to say no Virgo too. I think that could be coming up this month as well. But with Jupiter in here, anything that I'm talking about could last an entire year with Jupiter in here, my friends. So now this opposition. I mentioned pick your battles wisely this month, my friends. Anything to do with work, pick your battles wisely. But again, I'm going to talk out of the other side of my mouth. Mars at the top of your sky, you're slicing and dicing. Maybe it's time to let go of a job. Maybe it is time to have that conversation, confronting your boss or a coworker or colleague, and people are riding on your coattails. You're going after promotion, whatever the case may be. It's like make or break here. So you do you, Virgo, because Pluto opposing Jupiter. Jupiter rules over your relationships, all kinds of relationships. Jupiter also rules your 4th house as well. Changes on the home front, dynamics on the home front changing. Virgo, this is a make or break type of energy. So it's hard to say how this is going to manifest because I would need to see your chart to give you specific examples. But changes on the home front. Again, this is the final straw, being fed up with supporting somebody, being fed up with being the breadwinner, being fed up with people riding your coattails. Now, again, apply this to your life. I don't know. Is this in work? Is this with family members? Is this with friendship circles? Because you're also going to be reassessing that as well, Virgo, like what we talked about. Is this taking your health back, taking your power back? Power struggles with business partnerships. Even with siblings, I can see that as well, Virgo, like tension, awkwardness with siblings. Older or younger, same age, it doesn't matter. And something to do with your kids too, like anybody that you live with. It's almost like, Virgo, I don't want to harp on you, but it's like something's got to give here, and it will give this month. July and August are very potent for big life shifts and changes. And with Pluto in your 6th house, this really touches on a lot of areas in your life, changing up habits, routines, and bringing in once and for all, this is like being selfish, Virgo. It's okay to be selfish. Think about yourself. Like, what do you want to do? What are your next steps? Like, it's kind of like the energy of no more being a doormat. I'm not saying you're a doormat, but it's like, enough is enough. And you're going to start doing things your way, what you want to do. And anything that's sort of like stifling you, you make those decisions. I'm not telling you to flush everything down the toilet, but you might feel that way this month with this opposition, especially with Jupiter being in the 12th house. I can also see some of you fighting yourself. Like it's like almost like a subconscious psychological tension of something has to change and give once and for all, Virgo. And this could be a health-related event or situation. Something has to change here. Something is waking you up. This is like a wake-up call when it comes to your health and well-being. And they're saying age, something to do with age too. Waking up one day, being a certain age, and you're kind of like, it's that shoulda, coulda, woulda type of energy, Virgo, that I'm feeling. Okay, anyway, my friends, that's all I wanted to cover off really quickly for the month ahead. So enjoy July, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Libra, sun or rising, welcome to July. Let's talk about the 3 areas of life that are really being activated for you for the month ahead, Libra. So let's start with the sun. So the sun is still pouring light, heat, energy, vitality into your career sector. And actually, Libra, it's very busy in that area of life for you. So forgive me, I'm going to jump around here a bit, Libra. And also just a reminder, there's more links in the description box below if you want to learn more about this brand new eclipse cycle that we are moving into, which, yes, eclipses are bumbling and rumbling already. I'll talk about that next month. But some of you could be feeling this already. Jupiter moving into Leo, what that means for each and every one of us, and Chiron moving into your 8th house and what that could mean over the next 7 to 8 years. So anyway, there's just more links in the description box below, my friends. So back to your 10th house. Mercury retrograde in here, Libra. For a long time, June, July. He won't leave here until August, my friends. So Fresh new starts up here as well. And then again, the sun just putting your laser focus into your career sector, Libra. Now, for those of you not working, take this as whatever you do from a 9 to 5. Okay. Do you volunteer? I'm also hearing donate. So maybe some of you need to clear the clutter from your house or your space, get rid of things, have a garage sale, move things around on the home front. That wouldn't be a bad thing to do as well this month, for those of you that are not working. Or I do encourage you to dive into being of service in your local community in some way, shape, or form, whether it's monetary or like monetary donation, or, again, your time, using your hands, using your body to, help out with a food drive, or helping out with children, or helping out with animals, or helping out in some way, shape, or form. Anyway, Libra, your purpose, your career, your calling is being highlighted this month. But also with Mercury retrograde in here, Libra, you're reassessing this area of life. You're reassessing your 9 to 5. You're reassessing your purpose. You're reassessing your status. So this could also involve relationships, Libra, as well, because the 10th house is our status. So some folks, so when I say status, I mean, going from single to common law to married, but also vice versa. Now, for those of you in a solid, stable relationship, I'm not saying all of you are going to get divorced this month. No, I need to see more of your chart to decipher that. I mean, obviously your relationships are going to be going through an overhaul for a very long time, thanks to Saturn and Neptune in your 7th house. But besides the point, your status is going through some reinvention, like you have to redo something, go over old ground. This is also famous for people, places, things, old loves coming back around from the past. Mercury also rules your 9th house, Libra. So this could also be about travel, educational pursuits, maybe going back to school, or thoughts of going back to school, or maybe some of you are graduating. So now it's like, what do I do? So Mercury is kind of like helping you to reassess where, like, what direction do you want to change? Where, like, which way do you want to go? Mercury also rules your 12th house. So watch those emotional decisions, Libra. This is for all of us, so I'm not picking on you. Mercury floating around in a water sign. He does not function well in a water sign in general. He's swimming around, he's foggy, he's half, going underwater, and he doesn't know which way he's going. He's just cruising around. So if you feel confused and conflicted about your status, about your relationship, about retirement, about saving for a rainy day, about your career, purpose, calling, that's going to be normal and natural. Also, mind chatter and how you talk to yourself, Libra, and, reacting versus responding. Be mindful this month too of making decisions, big life altering decisions based on emotions, because you might regret it, Libra. I'm just going to put it out there. You might regret it, especially this energy being at the top of your sky, like in such a public area of your sky. Just be mindful, my friends. Take a beat, take a sick day, do what you have to do to kind of come down from this energy. I'm not saying this energy is volatile or angry. It's watery. It's very emotional, Libra. So again, notice what you're noticing. If you can kind of feel something bubbling up that you want to say or speak, just be mindful. Just be mindful of that. And again, especially big life decisions, do your best to hold off, I would say. But I get it. The train doesn't stop when these planets are going retrograde. It is what it is. Just know that anything that you execute this month might have to be reassessed in August, September, October, or even later, depending on what it is that you executed on. Made a decision on or signed on the dotted line. Because some of you, I know I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth here, Libra. You're going to just love it. This could be a new career coming in. This could be a new calling coming in. New moon in your 10th house, new job, new status change, new change of reputation, right? Maybe some of you are getting married. That could be a possibility here too. And you're struggling with the name change, going through all the paperwork, going through all that fun stuff that you do when you get married. Or again, Some of us are married to our job, right? You sign an offer letter, you sign your life away, you sign on that dotted line, right? And then you're committed to an employer for an X amount of time, whether it's permanent, contract, freelance, whatever the case may be, Libra. So this is a month to really use your intuition on anything new that comes down the pipe. But again, this could be blessings coming back around from the past. So for those of you that missed out on an opportunity, that could be coming back around for a reason. This could be coming through connections at a distance, because Mercury rules your house of international connections, travel, educational institutions, or if you work in any of those industries. This could also be for those of you that work in like counseling services or therapy, or you work one-on-one with people, or again, it could be pets or animals too. Again, something coming back around from the past that you need to reassess, and it could be a blessing in disguise, Libra. Okay, once the sun moves into your 11th house and joins the party with the South Node there and also Jupiter there, this is about focusing in on siblings, if you have any siblings, in particular older siblings, but I'm just going to throw it out there, siblings in general. Blessings coming in from siblings could be a possibility this month, but also for the whole. So anything I'm talking about with the 11th house could be blessings coming in the whole year ahead because of Jupiter in here. So just something to think about there too. Friendship circles, groups, affiliations, associations, finding your tribe, finding like-minded individuals, expanding your network, expanding your social media presence, Libra. So for those of you that own a business, run a business, or are on certain platforms, man, oh man, now is the time to expand on that and put yourself out there, especially with Uranus in your 9th house. For those of you blogging, podcasting, book publishing, writing, teaching, mentoring, coaching, selling yourself online, getting your courses, like creating courses, putting them online. Man, Libra, this is the freaking year to do it. This is definitely the year to do it with Jupiter in your 11th house, Uranus in your, well, Uranus is going to be in your 9th house for like 6-7 years. But again, this connection with your 11th house, 9th house. Oh man, Libra, please do me a favor and take advantage of this energy in some way, shape, or form. If any of that I rambled off there resonated with you from a perspective of just putting yourself out there, taking that leap of faith, or you stepping into the role of a teacher, a mentor, a coach, an elder, working with others to get them up to, new, like I'm thinking new, they're showing me new platforms, new standards, whatever that means, but you boasting people up. Actually, some of you could be using your platform to help other people. Actually, that's amazing as well, because guess what? That's going to come back to you tenfold, my friends. Blessings, like big time, because the 11th house is gains too. So I'm hoping, Libra, for some of you, you'll get some rewards and benefits coming into your life as well this month with this incredible transit. Okay. Also, yes, 11th house is plans for the future, planning for the future, and anything or anyone that lights you up and lifts you up, Libra. It's kind of like finding the support you need this month. And yeah, accept those invites, Libra. Yeah, this month when the sun comes together with Jupiter, accept those invites. For those of you that are single and looking, Jupiter in the 11th house, you could start seeing or dating someone that you already know, like they're in your vicinity already. It's kind of like, well, who did you think of as soon as I said that? Now, this person could be at a distance, or they just could have a different cultural background to you, because Jupiter is the international planet. So it could be local or international. Actually, some of you could be getting to know somebody this month behind closed doors with Venus in the 12th house. So this is getting to know someone, date someone, kind of, what do you say, like in secret or off the grid or off the, you're not posting all over social media about this person. You're just getting to know them before, X amount of time, basically. But yeah, Venus in the 12th house can also bring in kind of like a secret love or a secret admirer. You know, again, Mercury retrograde could bring somebody in from the past as well. Okay, so Libra, that's some of your focus this month, and I know I babbled off a lot there. Now, full moon in your 5th house. This is happening at the end of the month alongside Pluto, and this is an ending, culmination point, next chapter, book closing. Can't have an ending without a new beginning, and vice versa. So Libra, your 5th house is children, grandchildren, fertility, starting a family, romance and dating, creativity, self-expression, pouring yourself into something that you love or pouring yourself into someone you love. This is also the house of, again, lavishing a partner. Like this is love affairs and spoiling them and pampering them. It could be you spoiling somebody or somebody spoiling you. So it's either or. Sex is in here as well. And just having a good time, Libra. Cutting loose, having a good time. Or whatever that means to you, for you. But again, the full moon always shines a spotlight to the opposite side of the street. So we talked about the 11th house. So again, this could be changes with a sibling, changes with friendship circles, or again, your relationship to these friendship circles, how you relate to these people, your role in these groups, networking, events, affiliations, things like that, Libra. That could be up for, well, it looks like there's going to be some changes coming in here. So again, I'm seeing multiple signatures, the possibility of new love coming in or old love coming in, like reigniting that with somebody new or old, Libra. It could be either or. My only recommendation is, if you have a wedding planned or anything like that, that's fine. But for those of you, I'm just thinking, because they're showing me, you know, flying to Vegas and getting married and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that this month, Libra. Again, unless you already planned a wedding. Okay, so don't think that if you're getting married this month or next month, it's not a good thing. I'm just saying, for those of you that fall head over heels with someone, or they're pressuring you for engagement, or pressuring you for, like, why aren't you lavishing me with diamonds and chocolate and roses and fancy trips? That's a red flag, my friends. Okay, so, and I'm not trying to Debbie down this transit for you. I'm trying to be realistic, because guess what? Pluto is going to give you that gut check. Okay, because sometimes, whether this person's new or coming back from the past, the intention, I'm not sure about. Let's just put it that way, my friends. Okay, so that's why I'm saying, like, anyway, I'm not going to tell you what to do, Libra, but love might really blind you with this month, but also moving forward with, because I could go down the rabbit hole with Neptune in your 7th house there too. You want to be mindful about love, whether it's new or old. There we go. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm trying to be careful with my words, Libra, because I'm trying not to piss you off here. I'm very, like, direct, straight to the point, but and I'm a realist, my friends, and I just don't want to see you get hurt based on someone's intentions, because Pluto wants to attract in an authentic relationship for you, for those of you that are single. But even if you're attached, married, like, your marriage is going to be going through some changes as well, my friends. Your relationships with your children, tension with your children, tension with romantic partnerships. Some of you, I feel like, are going to see, like, little glimpses of the real person. Okay, whatever that means to you, for you. Yeah, because they're kind of showing me, like, Jekyll Hyde energy, and I don't know if this is you, Libra, or somebody else. Okay, but that's kind of what they're showing me. That's what this tension, not only this full moon might illuminate, but also we have that Jupiter-Pluto opposition. Now, the 11th house and 5th house are beautiful houses. They're one of my favorite houses, you know, in the entire zodiac wheel. But this opposition is different. It's gives me the feeling of Saturn. There's like a little bit of restriction here, and reality check. Jupiter wants to expand and bring you all the abundance, but Pluto will make sure it's authentic, and Pluto will make sure you are being authentic and being true to who you are along with this other person, if it is a relationship. Now, if the relationship thing does not resonate, it would be your hobbies, it would be your gifts, your talents, your abilities, something that you want to, like a creative endeavor that you want to pull outside or out in from you, outside of you. Does that make sense? Out of you. And Jupiter is like pie in the sky, and Pluto's like, yeah, but again, is this you? So you're going to kind of feel that tension from these two areas of life. Could be tension with a friend. It could be work-life balance, Libra, as well. It could be sibling tension as well, or again, changes with your relationship with a sibling. Let's see here. Yeah, tension at work, my friends, as well. Like some of you, this could be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, whatever that saying is, and you move on to a new career. Because again, we talked about that new beginning coming into the career sector. Yeah, some of you are going to get connected to a new job or a new vocation through friendship circles or networking. Like you're going to hear about something different. So again, that could be a possibility as well. Tension with grandchildren, children, fertility. I'm just going to put it out there. If you're looking to, like, this could be a pregnancy, surprise pregnancy, but not for all of you, obviously. Again, battles with your kiddos. Okay. I'm just going to put it out there. This isn't volatile, you guys. This is tension. Okay. That's what oppositions are. They're tension. They feel restrictive. Like you want to do this, do that, but then your kid's like, but I want to do this and I want to go here and I want to, especially adult children, this could be grandchildren, little kids, big kids, all ages. I mean, if you're 40 years old or 50 years old, you're still a kid to somebody, right? If your parents are still with us. So, I'm casting the net wide here, Libra. So, but yeah, I do see several signatures this month of like, something's got to give in these relationships. Whether it's family, friends, loved ones, your job, your children, your grandchildren, or your relationship with these people, something does need to change. Also, some of you might need to take a quick trip in July or the end of June, like something quick. Like you have to quickly fly internationally, or you have to pivot and do something really quick at work. Yeah, there's like something rapid could be coming into that ninth house. You got to learn something new really fast overnight. You got to change something really quickly overnight. You might need to spend money to make money, Libra. Yeah, something rapid could be happening this month as well. And it might involve money, like a bill or collection, or again, something to do with a distance, maybe helping somebody out at a distance. But anyway, Libra, enjoy the month ahead. I hope this helped, and we will see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Scorpio sun or rising. Let's take a look at the month of July, and I'm really going to focus in on 3 areas of life here, Scorpio. So let's start with the sun. Man, Scorpio, before I even turned on the camera, all I could hear was something to do with public recognition. Like, look at all this energy in my belly button basic chart here at the top of the sky. You have Mars, your ruler, by the way. You have Mars, you have Uranus, you have Mercury, you have a brand new beginning, you have the sun, you have Jupiter, you have the South Node, you have Venus. Like loads of personal planet energy, but also benefic energy at the top of your sky too, Scorpio. So yeah, I'm super excited for you. I mean, some of you experienced this in June, I feel like, because they're showing me like this is just rolling into the months. Like this has probably already maybe happened, but that is going to continue this month, Scorpio. I love this for you. I feel all like jazzed up. Like I just feel like energized for you. So I love this energy. But anyway, let's start with also, yeah, sexuality is going to be big this month. sexual tension I can see this month with maybe a friend, maybe somebody you want more than friendship. That could be happening this month. But yeah, that could maybe be what I'm feeling as well, because your ruler is coming into contact with Uranus in your 8th house of intimacy, sexuality, transformation, big life shakeups and changes and financial situations and your partner's finances. Like, yeah, Scorpio, yeah, your 8th house is definitely being woken up in more than one way this month with Mars in there. But anyway, let's go back to the sun. So 9th house, 10th house is really going to be in focus for you this month, Scorpio. So let's break this down. Now your 9th house is loaded. You got a brand new beginning coming into that 9th house. You also have Mercury in here. And Mercury is going to be in here a long time. All of June, all of July. He's not leaving until August. Now Mercury being in a water sign like yourself, but he's upstairs there in Cancer, can make us, like, how do I say it? Decision making is going to be emotional, based on emotions, not logic this month, Scorpio. So I'm trying to say that with every single sign very carefully, because emotions are not a bad thing. But if we're making big life decisions, sometimes it's not a good thing, especially during a retrograde. It's like a double whammy here. So Scorpio, if you're buying any big ticket items, Mercury is one of your financial planets, my friends, but it's also your, like, if you're connected in a business partnership or marriage, common law partner, Mercury also rules them as well. So this could be them overspending or them taking on too much debt, or you, my friends. So just, I'm not here to harp, okay? I don't know your bank account. I don't know whatever, but it's just something I'm going to put out there, my friends, okay? If you buy any big ticket items, keep your receipts, buy the warranty. If you can, hold off till the end of July, but I get it. Sometimes we can't, right? It just means that there's going to be some adjustments later on down the road. And for you, it's some possibly financial adjustments. Okay. So I'm not trying to instill fear here, my friends. It's just because at the end of the day, Mercury is flowing positively to you, Scorpio, and all the water signs, but still it's the regular Mercury retrograde rules apply here. And he also rules your 11th house of friendships too. So you're going to be reassessing friendship circles, networking, social media, how you use social media, your affiliations, connections, memberships, unions, humanitarian efforts, things like that. You'll be reassessing too, I think, this month with Mercury retrograde. If you're traveling this month, Scorpio, double, triple check the details, the itinerary. Yeah. If you're buying a big trip, like, what do I mean by that? Like taking a cruise or something that you have to book in advance. Like, I don't know, like a 2-month hiking trip or something along those lines, like anything to do with travel in advance, like, which is pretty normal, right? I think. I'm not a travel agency or any agent, but anything you have to book far in advance, again, if you can hold off, because you might change your mind in August, September. So just, and again, there's a connection here to finances too. So now Mercury retrograde in here though, could, you get killer deals on flights, hotels, things like that. That's different. But I mean, if you're spending, $15,000 on a cruise that you're going to take in January of 2027, is that the best deal? You know, maybe call the agent or the agency and see if you can get a better deal than that or something along those lines. Or if you're going with a loved one, especially somebody new that you just met, again, you might want to just make sure you're both on the same page. Okay. Now, with all that said, did I describe the 9th house or did I babble on about something else? Okay, 9th house, religion, spirituality, higher education, teaching, coaching, mentoring, you stepping into the role of a teacher and elder, or you going back to school or thoughts of going back to school. This is about learning something new. Long distance traveling, as I mentioned, is highlighted here. ethics, belief systems, anything to do with people, places, things at a distance. There's a new beginning here, a fresh new start here. Ninth house is also pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone. Scorpio, I'm also being shown something about if this is a person that you're connecting with, I feel like they're, how do I say it? Like they're different in some way. I don't know if it's culture. I don't know if it's sexuality. I don't know if it's, but they're just different. And they make you nervous. Like I can feel that. I can sense that. There's like, again, it could be that sexual tension I'm feeling too, Scorpio. I can't quite put my finger on it, but this person I feel like is good for you because they're so different from you. And they are going to push you. They are going to challenge you. And honestly, I love that. That could just be me though, like bleeding into this reading, but I do like that for you. You know, so I'm encouraging you to lean into this if it is a new relationship or again, a new business opportunity at a distance. Anything to do with at a distance that kind of makes you nervous. I'd say lean into it, Scorpio. I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's love. I don't know if it's business. I don't know if it's, I don't know, maybe moving, because we'll talk about that. I'll get to that in a second here. Anyway, Scorpio, I like it. I like it. I love this new beginning coming into the top of your sky here. Now, anyway, I'm gonna move on here. The sun moving into your 10th house, Jupiter up in your house of purpose, of your higher calling, your career. Now, for those of you not working, this could be retirement. This could be, again, I encourage you to lean into humanitarian efforts. Do what you love to do. Some of you, yeah, if you have the opportunity, travel. But again, heed the call with the Mercury retrograde snafus there. Reputation, public status, public image. Now, when I say status, I mean, Scorpio, links in the description box below, by the way. I made separate videos about Jupiter moving into Leo and this new eclipse cycle that's coming up. Really going to impact all the fixed signs, by the way, which is you. Down in the description box below if you want to learn more. But some of you, Scorpio, your status could be changing this month. So that could be moving from single to common law and or married, or vice versa, my friends. But please, I'm not saying you're going to separate and divorce. I'm just saying there's going to be changes to whatever status means to you from a career angle or from a relationship angle. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. This is just kind of the starting point with the sun coming into contact with Jupiter this month, which is a blessing coming in. But because it's at a big angular house for you, Scorpio, again, this could be a career change or thoughts of career change or a relationship change or a business partnership change or a client change. There's something here that might shift and pivot that may feel difficult at first or challenging at first, or it might not feel like a blessing at first, but later on down the line, you are going to thank this. That's what I'm trying to spit out here. Focus could also be on you as a parent, as an authority figure, especially if you're a boss or some sort of authority figure, own a business, run a business. So you could be in the spotlight in some way, shape, or form. Your parents could be in the spotlight in some way, shape, or form, or in focus. Grandparents, if they're still with us, your children, they could be in focus this month, or grandchildren, by the way. Yeah, some of you are expanding on the home front. So some of you could be welcoming in, I don't know, people moving in to the home. That could be a possibility too. Just changes on the home front, which I'll get to in a second. But anyway, focus on career. For those of you, again, that are working. And if you're not working, it's what do you do? What is your 9 to 5? Also, yeah, you as a parent, if I didn't say that as well. Okay, Scorpio, let's jump now to the bottom of the sky. Yeah, sorry, I'm bouncing around here. The dates are on the slide here for the personal planets and the lunations this month. Full moon, endings and new beginnings on the home front. So, and this is happening kind of at the end of July, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. So this is endings and new beginnings, fresh new starts, home, family, foundation, security, whatever that means to you, for you, Scorpio. As I mentioned earlier, changes on the home front, people moving in, people moving out. Some of you, I keep hearing something about grandkids. Like I just keep hearing that over and over and over. So I'm not sure what that means, but if that resonates with you, I don't know. So, I don't know. Are your grandkids going to be in the spotlight? Are your grandkids going through changes? Are your children going through changes? I mean, again, any sort of energy in the 10th house and 4th house, yeah, could illuminate anything to do with family, anything to do with people that live with you. 4th house is also, maybe some of you are moving or thoughts of moving. With Jupiter up in your 10th house, yeah, that could be a possibility. But again, this energy could carry with you the entire year, activating your 4th house from the top of the sky. Because again, changes, anything to do with changes on the career front usually ripple down into the home front and vice versa, right? So this month is definitely being highlighted for that type of energy. But because of Jupiter here for a whole year, this might carry forward for the next 12 months, Scorpio. It's just that with this lunation this month, conjunct Pluto, highlighting the Jupiter-Pluto opposition, I feel like these changes are just bigger than July. They're going to be rippling out. Like this might just be the nudge or something coming into your awareness that needs to change either on the career sector, work-life balance, or on the home front. So there's something here that needs to be rebalanced or readjusted at this time. Retirement is coming into focus, or whatever that means to you, for you. Security, planning for a rainy day, saving for a rainy day, whatever that means to you, for you. Again, parenthood is coming in strong this month. Mother, father, authority figures, you as a parent, you as a grandparent, your kiddos. And again, this might not be about you, this might be about your parents, Scorpio. So again, just family in general. The past, retirement, people, places, things coming back from the past too with Mercury retrograde. Let's see here. What else? Okay. Yeah, and also Venus in that 11th house. I'm going to just quickly mention, usually wherever Venus goes, she brings in blessings and benefits. So blessings, benefits coming in from friendship circles or people that you already rub shoulders with, networking, accepting those invites, Scorpio, researching or looking into collaboration efforts, social media, networking, podcasting, all of that looks really good this month. And again, Venus brings in those benefits into this area of life. So really nice energy coming in there. Now, okay, the Pluto-Jupiter opposition here. Now, Pluto is your modern ruler. He's not your traditional ruler. That's Mars. But, okay, this one, because it's happening at a big angular chart here, or sorry, at all your big angles here, Scorpio, be mindful of power dynamics. Now, you as a Scorpio, whether you're a sun or a rising, or, you know, maybe you have a stellium in Scorpio, you bring the heat, my friends. You are a power player in the sky. So when I talk about power dynamics, this could actually be you projecting this onto someone else unconsciously. Okay, so I'm not calling you the bad guy here, but Scorpios are pretty intense and they bring a different type of energy than what the fire signs do. Like the other Mars ruled sign is Aries, but you bring more of a strategic lens to your actions and your thoughts, depending on what you're watching for, of course. So power dynamics in the career, power dynamics at home, power dynamics in a business partnership or with a client or a clientele, like people that you attract to you. Power dynamics with kids, with grandchildren, with parents, with authority figures. Scorpio, is this the best month to pick a fight with your boss or somebody in a position of power or authority? I don't know. Now, also, I'm going to turn the table on you here. People might be picking feel that with someone else. I don't want to say picking fights with you, but I'm trying to find better language of just power dynamics between you and another person, if that makes sense. Okay, so you could feel challenged by somebody at work, coworkers, your family, your friends, your loved ones, siblings, anyone really. So that's what I see with this opposition here, Scorpio. Now, this is also manifestation. Like, these are two wealthy gods. Jupiter, very wealthy. Pluto, extremely wealthy. Some of you, yes, could be moving. If this is your true fourth house, some of you could be moving, or thoughts of moving, or thoughts of renovating. Some of you could be at a distance. I can see that because Jupiter is the international planet. Some of you could be thinking about or focusing in on maybe taking a job elsewhere. Like, and again, you're uprooting the family, or you're uprooting yourself, or whatever the case may be, depending on your circumstance or situation. Yeah, this is big power moves for you this month, Scorpio. But again, if it doesn't happen this month, Jupiter's going to be here for an entire year, my friends. So this could really happen anytime over the next year. But I just feel like something's got to give this month. There's lots of signatures this month of like, this is the final straw being pulled, and you acting on something. I just don't know if it's your career. I don't know if it's a relationship. I don't know if it's something to do with your home, your living situation, people that you live with, your clients, people that you work with, and or big status changes. Like I said, maybe some of you are going from single to in a relationship, or vice versa. But if you're in a solid relationship, don't worry about it. Let's see here. Jupiter also rules your second house of money. So again, this could be money coming your way through the career, through opportunities, career, or at a distance. Upgrading your skill set, which is going to bring you huge benefits in the long run, Scorpio. So again, this could be a financial beneficial transit for you as well. And Jupiter also rules your fifth house of romance, dating, creative projects, creative endeavors, hobbies, things like that too, Scorpio. So again, monetizing something that you've always wanted to maybe do on the side, or that you're dabbling on the side, and this could be big power moves when it comes to that as well. Like starting a business, becoming a business owner, moving away from the regular 9-to-5, moving into something that you love. This could also mean moving into retirement. I can see that for some of you as well. Or thoughts of that. Like something is like gaining momentum this month. August is going to be another huge month too, Scorpio. That's going to also activate these two areas of life. So this month could be a game changer, and you're one of the signs because it's activating your big angles, Scorpio. So anyway, I'm excited for you, Scorpio. Enjoy this energy, and we will see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Sagittarius, sun or rising. Let's focus in on the 3 areas of life that I think are going to be activated for you for the month ahead. And just a reminder, Sagittarius, I got more videos down in the description box below if I can talk. Your ruler is on the move. I talked about that briefly last month. So Jupiter has moved into the sign of Leo. And also, North Node, South Node is transitioning into the Aquarius Leo axes as well. Chiron moved into Taurus last month, so you can check out separate videos I made in the description box below if you are interested in learning a little bit more about these transits, and especially this new eclipse cycle, this new 2-year cycle that is happening in the educational and travel areas of life for you, Sag. So anyway, let's start with the sun. Still activating, still transiting your 8th house of Cancer, and eventually the sun will move into your 9th house of Leo, joining the party with Jupiter and the South Node. And Sag, they are drawing my attention here to that conjunction. July the 29th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. But again, it's not about the exact day, it's about the energy leading up to this day. The sun coming into contact with your ruler, making harmonious flowing energy coming into your sign. Sag, I love this for you. I think this is going to be really nice energy coming into you, to you, for you at the end of the month. And if you have anything around 6 degrees of Sagittarius, this is really pouring in those blessings coming in from that 9th house. So anyway, I'll come back to that 9th house in a second here. Okay, so the 8th house, lots of energy in this area of life for you, Sag, still. You have a brand new beginning. So forgive me, I'm going to jump around here. The dates are on the slide for the lunations this month and also the personal planet ingresses. But Mercury retrograde in this area of life for you, Sag, for over 2 months. I mean, Mercury is not going to be retrograde for 2 months, but this energy is in here potently for 2 months in a very, well, potent transformational area of life for you. So you're definitely reassessing your finances, your partner's finances, but on top of it, you have a brand new fresh start coming into this area of life. So this might kind of get confusing because we all have a new beginning in this area of life, but Mercury is also retrograde in here as well, which can cause confusion, which can cause emotional gut check reactions and decision making, which again is not a bad thing, but sometimes it can be a difficult thing, especially with Mercury in a water sign, which he does not function well in the water signs, period. But he's retrograde. He's like swimming around, going back and forth. He doesn't know if he's going left, right, up, down. He has no idea. So really lean into your intuition this month, Sagittarius, especially when it comes to big item purchases or anything to do with financial situations, reassessing your finances, reassessing your partner's finances. And again, there's nothing wrong with that, but if it's connected to a big ticket purchase, like a home, a mortgage, a car loan, anything big, a business loan, please double, triple check the fine print, or have a trusted advisor or somebody that you trust to go over the contracts, especially if you're signing on the dotted line. Just double, triple check everything. Because again, there is a new beginning here. There is a fresh new start. It's just we all have to be cautious with this new start because we might need to do some adjustments or readjustments later on down the road here. But otherwise, excuse me, 8th house is big life changes, transformation, taxes, debts, loans, shared finances, shared resources, property, assets, wills, inheritance. It's also the house of shadow, working with our shadow, doing the shadow work, doing the psychological, deep, intense work, Sag. Also deep intimacy, sexuality, fear, power, control. It also lies in the 8th house as well. So for some of you, you might not experience this as a financial change or a financial shakeup or a financial assessment or reassessment of how money is flowing to you. There might be hiccups, by the way. If you rely on somebody else, if you rely on a partner, if you rely on the government, if you rely on a pension or things like that, there might be some hiccups. There might be some, like, double, triple check your statements, Sag. Like, I don't know if you get statements or checks from another source. Double, triple check them for errors or maybe they missed something or something along those lines, because that can definitely happen with this Mercury retrograde in your 8th house. But at the end of the day, this is a fresh new start. This is a loan coming in. But again, I know I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here, Sag. But at the end of the day, if I just look at this new moon, this is technically a fresh new beginning when it comes to, now this could be psychological, this could be material, this could be maybe you are joining forces with a business partner or a marital partner and you're signing on the dotted line with that. This again could have something to do with a business partner or somebody that you literally share like a marital bed with or a common law relationship with. This could be a new source of income, Sag, coming in for you. So this could be, again, connected to, are you working or not working? This could be a new job opportunity, a new side hustle source of income coming in, but also this could be new opportunities for your partner or business partner to bring in money as well, which obviously could benefit you or impact you in some way, shape, or form. Good energy, Sagittarius, to work on yourself. Do the psychological, oh my goodness, do the psychological work. It's been a long day, Sag, sorry. Do the psyche work on yourself, you know, working with a counselor, working with a therapist, working with a healer. This is the house of healing as well. Physical, mental, emotional, psychological, whatever the case may be. And finding the right person to connect with to kind of get you back on track. Whatever the case may be, you know, it could also be a light worker. It could be an astrologer. It could, like, taboo. This is the house of taboo. So I don't expect all of you to walk into a therapist office and, you know, figure it all out. This could be thinking outside the box of what a healer truly is. Reiki, acupuncture, naturopathic doctors, again, speaking to a spiritual advisor, you know, whether they throw cards or astrology or whatever the case may be, Sag. So it's looking outside traditions for that help that you need, whatever the case may be. Okay. So if the financial aspect doesn't help or doesn't resonate with you, I mean, it could be psychological. Okay. Or something to do with body work, like working on the body as well. Like working with the vessel and how you can take care of your vessel. Let's see here. Mercury also rules your 10th house of career. So reassessing your job, reassessing your career, which again ties nicely into the financial aspect. Mercury also rules your partnership sector, Sag. So this could be about reassessing your relationships, family, friends, loved ones, anyone, anything to do with your one-to-one connections and your relationship with that person. That could be going through some revision. Contracts, agreements, negotiations, something coming back around from the past, something needs to be reassessed in this area of life. So not a bad time actually to approach that with a boss or an authority figure, or again, applying for a new job, whatever the case may be. Because again, you have a financial, possibly a new financial start coming in from this area of life. Okay, so Sag, once the sun joins the party in your 9th house, focus is definitely going to lighten up. You know, once the sun moves into Leo, I think you're going to feel re-energized to some degree. But again, Mercury's going to be in your 8th house until, like, I think it's middle of August. But spirituality, your belief system, higher education, teaching, anything to do with long distance, tripping around, traveling, connecting with like-minded individuals at a distance, especially if you own a business, run a business, Sag, I encourage you with Jupiter in here for the next year to cast your net wider. So if you own a business, run a business, but even if you're looking for a new job, you could get connected to a global organization, or again, think bigger. If you own a business, how can you reach a higher, wider audience? What can you do to push yourself outside of your comfort zone that is going to take your business or your hobby or your side hustle or whatever it is to that next level? Educational pursuits are incredible, not only this month, but for the entire year ahead, Sag. So anything that I'm talking about with regards to the 9th house, this energy is going to be with you for an entire year because of Jupiter. Let's see here. Anything to do with, I think I covered it. Yeah, dealing with people from all across the globe, travel. Oh, book publishing. Yeah, publishing, teaching, mentoring, coaching, you stepping into that role, or again, you going back to school, you becoming the student again, Sag. So I can see that going either way. Maybe some of you are graduating and then now it's time to move that skill set into an apprenticeship or whatever the case may be. Or maybe some of you are seasoned and you want to get out of your 9 to 5. You want to get out of the corporate world or whatever you're doing. Or maybe some of you want to get out of your business and totally shift gears and do something else. Again, Jupiter up here, the sun up here is going to help you focus in on what is it that you want to do. Hey, maybe some of you need to take a break, and this is your sign. This is your message to take that PTO, take that vacation, take that sick leave. I don't know, maybe you got to go abroad. Maybe you have to experience a different culture. Maybe you have to get out of your state, your province, your city, your town to put things in perspective, Sag. So I'm giving you permission to do that as well. Get a babysitter, get the partner to watch the kids. I don't know, maybe you got to do something solo. This could be solo, a solo trip, or with a bestie, your partner, one of your kiddos. I don't know, Sag. You pick. Make sure the person you go with, though, lights you up and lifts you up and brings you joy. Don't bring anyone who's going to bring you down, my friends. Okay? So it's about the joy. It's this is your ruler, after all, upstairs here. So that's where some of the focus is going to be this month, Sag. Let's jump down to, actually, before I do that, I want to quickly talk about Venus. Venus in your 10th house, my friends. I like this. Speaking of reassessing contracts, agreements, negotiations. Excellent time to approach your boss for a raise. Not a bad time to think about raising your prices if you are a business owner, even if it's 3% or 1%. Think about it, because wherever Venus goes, she attracts in love, money, beauty. For those of you that are single and looking, with Mars in your house of relationships, that's going to jazz up your or intensify your sex life, by the way, whether you're connected to someone or not. So even if you're in a marital relationship, this is going to increase the sex drive, Sag. But Venus upstairs in your 10th house, you could meet somebody at work, or again, whatever you do from a 9 to 5. So if you're not working, first of all, I encourage you to put yourself out there, my friends. You could meet somebody local. Okay, you could meet someone local, but with Jupiter in your 9th house, again, for the entire year, if you're a Sag rising, Jupiter is making an aspect to your love line, my friends, at some point in the year ahead. And Uranus is in your partnership sector as well. So you could meet someone locally, but I'm also seeing the international signature here as well, where Jupiter is going to be connecting with Uranus here this month as well, in a sextile, in an opportunity. So you could meet somebody at a distance, or have that opportunity to maybe travel and go see them if you already have been connecting with someone online at a distance, or whatever the case may be. So possibilities are there for love coming in for you this month, Sag. So again, whether it's local, international, at work, or connecting with them like-minded individuals, right? So you connect with them with hobbies or interests, or your love of travel, or whatever the case may be. You could also meet somebody traveling if you are traveling this month as well. Okay. Also, job opportunities if you're traveling, my friends. I'm seeing that as well. So if you're traveling this month for work, an opportunity might present itself to you this month as well. Otherwise, Venus at the top of your sky, I'm thinking promotions, bonuses, money coming your way, raises, things like that. Don't be afraid to ask for it, though, my friends. Or renegotiate your contract, Sag. Okay, let's jump back down to your 3rd house. This is where the full moon is at the end of the month. And again, the dates are on the slide here. Forgive me, I'm bouncing all around. So full moon, endings, new beginnings, culmination points in this 3rd house, Sag. So what does that mean? The 3rd house is quite a busy house. So this is about educational pursuits. So you might hear me repeat myself here, because your education access is definitely illuminated this month. And again, Jupiter is going to carry that energy throughout the year ahead. But this is the mind. This is communication. This is how you digest, chew on information, how you speak, quite literally. Text messages, email messages, running here, running there. The 3rd house is your local environment, local vicinity. Transportation, or however it is that you get around. Planes, trains, automobiles, siblings, cousins, neighbors, relatives, extended family members, your community. Could be changes in the neighborhood, changes in the family. You might hear news of somebody in the family. I don't know if it's news about a marriage, engagement, pregnancy, moving abroad. Like, it really could be anything. Somebody in the family changing careers quite drastically as well. Social media is in here as well, like how you utilize social media, how you use it or not use it. Blogging, podcasting, collaborating with like-minded individuals, Sag. Beautiful energy coming in. Travel is really highlighted, whether it's again, local or international, like, yeah, that's definitely coming in strong this month here. But again, heed the call with the Mercury retrograde. That could just throw a snafu in your plans. So just be prepared for delays, mishaps, mistakes, misunderstandings, things like that, Sag. Now, last but not least, the Jupiter-Pluto opposition. You're ruled by Jupiter, my friends. So because this is your ruler, and because this is such a rare transit, unless you have this natally in your birth chart, Pluto takes 250 years to move around the wheel. Jupiter takes 12 years to move around the wheel. So we will not see this for another 12 years. We're going to experience the square and the sextile and blah, 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 and the trine and whatever. But the opposition will not come back around for another 12 years, Sag. So this is definitely a milestone for you in particular, and Pisces as well, because you're both ruled by Jupiter. So this is very personal to you, but this could also have something to do with, again, an opposition is you got to rebalance something in these two areas of life, but it could extend well beyond that. Some of you, I can feel it. This is something to do with health and well-being and how you're taking care of your physical body, because Jupiter rules you. Especially, well, you know what? Rising or sun, it doesn't matter. I was going to say especially rising people, but I can feel it for the sun people too. So this could have something to do with your health and well-being and how you're taking care of yourself. Diet, health, nutrition, routines, something might need to change here, Sag, okay? I'm not trying to instill fear. This is just what I'm feeling. This is what I'm picking up and what I'm seeing here. Be mindful of power struggles, especially online. You know, you got to love them. All the demons and all the gremlins and all the shitty people come out of the ditches of life. And, you know, it's pretty easy to blast people online that you don't know, right? Be mindful of that. I would encourage you, don't even engage in it. Trust me, it's not even worth your time, not even worth your space. So, but again, could be some of that because it's in a Pluto and Jupiter are facing off in a communication type of technology, social media areas of life here. Okay, you might have clashes with culture, religion, ethics, belief system, my friends. So just think to yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Like, pick your battles. And this is for all of us, Sag. I'm not picking on you, but because Jupiter is your ruler, this is very intimately, I think, going to impact you and Pisces out of all the signs more intimately than other individuals. At the end of the day, Pluto and Jupiter are making beautiful aspects to you, for you, but whatever this is, you got to rebalance it, Sag. Work-life balance, educational pursuits balance. This is an all or nothing transit, so there could be big changes with your career, with your image, with your style, with your relationships, or it could be psychological as well, with Pluto ruling your 12th house. So, Sag, I'm not trying to Debbie down this transit for you. Please don't take it that way, but I also want to be realistic. Because oppositions, you know, we're dealing with two wealthy gods here. Like, blessings definitely are coming in for each and every one of us with this opposition. But I also want to be mindful of these two titans facing off and the tension and the power dynamics that they could bring to our relationships. So anyway, Sag, just something to keep in mind this month. Otherwise, my friends, enjoy the month ahead, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Capricorn, sun or rising. Let's talk about the 3 areas of life that are really being highlighted for you for the month ahead. So let's start with the sun. So the sun is going to continue to transit Capricorn, your 7th house, and move into your 8th house this month. Just a reminder, I made separate videos about Jupiter moving into the sign of Leo. Down in the description box below, you can find the link, Capricorn. Also, we have a brand new eclipse cycle that is starting this month with the nodes of the moon transitioning into brand new territory. And for you, Capricorn, this is a financial eclipse season for you. So for the next 2 years, Capricorn, your finances are definitely going to go through a huge overhaul. Your business will likely go through an overhaul. And also whatever you consider as work, for those of you that are working, that's going to go through an overhaul. Even if you're not working, my friends, your finances are definitely going to need to be reworked or restructured over the next couple years. So links in the description box below if you want to learn more. But anyway, let's get back to it, Capricorn. Let's start with your 7th house. You have a brand new beginning here this month. Forgive me, I'm going to jump around here, Capricorn. The dates are on the slide here. So you have a new moon energy here. Beautiful new energy coming into this partnership sector. Mercury retrograde here. Mercury is going to be here for 2 months. So June, July, and the first half of August. Mercury is going to be in here for a very long stay. And then, of course, the sun is still pointing your direction or illuminating this area of life, Capricorn. So 7th house is pretty straightforward, my friends. It's all about your one-to-one connections, whether this is a marital partnership or from a romantic lens, from a business lens, anything to do with your one-to-one connection. So this could be family, this could be friends, this could be loved ones. This might also have something to do with if you have like an international connection with someone or something to do with your business. Mercury rules over your 9th house of travel and international connections and educational institutions and book publishing, blogging, putting yourself out there. Mercury does rule over that area of life of pushing yourself, Capricorn, outside of your comfort zone, my friends. Mercury also rules over your Gemini house of work, of how you are showing up and being of service. So all of that could also be tied into this focus this month. Capricorn, some of you could be starting a new job this month. Some of you could be starting a new relationship with someone. Again, whether this is in business or in love, this could also be a new contract, a new agreement, a new some sort of negotiation or renegotiation coming your way. Because of Mercury retrograde, this could bring in people, places, things, opportunities from the past. And again, it could be a 9th house connection like what we talked about, or a 6th house connection as well. Pets and animals also might need your attention this month, or if you own a farm or work with animals in some way, shape, or form, they could also be coming into focus this month. You might actually, I can see some Capricorns actually, because Mars being in your 6th house, this could really stir up the workplace or the work environment, or again, how you're showing up and being of service. You could really be pouring in your life force, your energy into that this month and how you are showing up. But Mars is feisty. If you work in an environment with other coworkers and colleagues, this could really jazz up the energy for good, for bad. The good, the bad, the ugly comes with Mars here, because he's a double-edged sword. He inflames and irritates wherever he goes, but he also brings us that laser energy, that laser focus. Capricorn, if you own a business, run a business, you might be terminating someone. Cut and sever here with Mars, especially coming into contact with Uranus in this area of life. You could be cutting out a contractor. You could be ending a contract as well. Someone could be leaving your business, or maybe somebody resigns if you're a business owner or a manager. There's definitely some sort of shake up, wake up, change up in the working environment, my friends. Let's see here. So what else? Yes, reassessing contracts, relationships, actually not a bad time to renegotiate contracts, renegotiate agreements. If you're hiring a contractor, somebody to work with you, for you, whether it's business or personal at home or something like that, not a bad time to find someone, but they might be pretty feisty because with Mars in here, but I'm also thinking with that Mercury retrograde, somebody might come back around from the past that you worked with in the past, or again, you could renegotiate with a current individual, a current contractor, or a current client, or a current service provider, if that makes sense. So I know I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here, Capricorn. Use your intuition this month. But the only thing is, with Mercury retrograde in an emotional sign for all of us, I can see all of us, meaning all of us, any zodiac sign, Mercury doesn't function well in a water sign. So sometimes we make gut jerk reactions based on our emotions. And I'm not saying that's a horrible thing, but sometimes it might be a bad thing, right, Capricorn? So anyway, just heed the call there, my friends. So if you want to like cut and sever something really drastically, just gut check yourself. And if you are this month, you are, because I can see multiple transits this month. Final straw. Like, you know, and for a lot of Capricorns, this is definitely pointing to something to do with work, something to do with your business. Like, this is it. This is a final straw. Some of you probably will quit. Some of you will probably terminate somebody, or terminate a contract, or be like, I'm effing out of here. See you later. You know, so I know I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because that's the energy this month. And we have to use our own intuition and do the best that we can do. And then once Mercury goes direct, we might just need to do some readjustments, especially if you're launching anything big this month, for sure. Okay, once the sun moves into Leo and joins the party with Jupiter and the South Node there, this is a bit of a heavier house, Capricorn. So this is about deep psychological change, because at the end of the day, change sometimes, not always, but change resonates with us. It starts with us, and then we start to put the wheels in motion. But I can appreciate sometimes life happens to us and we have to respond and or react, aka tying into that Mercury retrograde in emotional Cancer, where it's a potent month, June, July, and August, I'm going to say, so beyond July, of watch out for those gut knee-jerking reactions emotionally versus rationally, Capricorn. So anyway, just something to keep in mind. But anyway, 8th house, big life shifts and changes, death, rebirth, transformation. I'm not saying you're going to die, Capricorn. That's metaphorically, of course. Taxes, debts, loans, money, finances, resources. This is also the house of shared money, finances, resources. By the way, those of you connected to a partner, a business partner, or in love, they will possibly extremely benefit with Jupiter in your 8th house over the next year. With the sun here, it's definitely illuminating your partner's finances, your partner's resources, or whoever you share a bed with, in business or in love, whatever the case may be, they are coming into the spotlight in some way, shape, or form. Or again, maybe there's news or communication coming in from them, like they are making you aware of something. Now, this could be a big expenditure, Capricorn. I'm going to put it out there because I can see this going either way. This is big money coming in, blessings coming in, but I can also see, like, wherever there's blessings and blowouts, glow ups with finances, it usually means we want to spend more money. So, and I'll come back to this with the full moon in a financial house and also this Jupiter-Pluto opposition. Okay, it could go either way with manifesting. Obviously, money is on the table, Capricorn, but are you going to spend it as fast as you earn it, or are you going to save for a rainy day? And this could be you or your partner, for those of you that are connected to either a marital partner or business partner, or family. Some of you are also in bed with family, like from a business standpoint. So, you know, whoever you're connected with from a financial perspective, or whoever you share a piggy bank with. Taxes, debts, loans could be in focus this month. Property, inheritance, wills, shadow, intimacy, sexuality is highlighted here too. Capricorn, if you've been going through a dry spell, I'm just going to put it out there with Jupiter moving in here for the next year, and you're not in a committed relationship, I think somebody will be coming along. Are they going to be the end all be all? I'd have to see your birth chart to kind of confirm that, because I think I said it last month. With Jupiter in your 7th house for the past year in Cancer, a lot of you might have already met someone or dated someone, and it depends on if you're still seeing them or not, or maybe some of you ended a relationship over the past year. So with Jupiter in the 8th house, usually it can get hot and heavy between the sheets, whether you are connected with a committed partner or not. So you can have fun with that, Capricorn. You, out of all people, you need a little bit of fun once in a while, right? You got to let the hair down and have a crazy wild night once in a while. But anyway, so that's where your focus is going to be this month, Capricorn. Relationships and finances, to just quickly sum it up. Now, Venus in the ninth house, I'm just going to quickly touch on this. Again, for those of you that are single and looking, there could be somebody at a distance. There's an international connection here, finding love internationally. Now, because Jupiter rules your third house, for you, Capricorn, love could be at a distance or locally, but with Venus pumping up your ninth house, putting in love and benefits coming in through that ninth house, this person could also be at a distance. You might meet them online. You might meet them at a learning, networking event, educational institutions, upgrading your skill set. You might meet them abroad, or again, they might be local, or again, on the internet. You could connect with someone. You could also meet someone traveling, Capricorn. So if you travel for work, you might actually meet this person at a conference, at a seminar, whatever you're doing, whatever you're traveling for at a distance, whether it's personal, professional, or just pleasure. You're just, taking a break, taking a holiday, which is not a bad idea either. Just keep in mind the Mercury retrograde rules, though, my friends. Snafus, snags, delays with transportation, all that fun stuff. So, okay, now I want to jump back to your second house now. This full moon at the end of the month on the 29th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet, again, illuminating a financial house for you. So full moons are endings, but you can't have an ending without a new beginning and vice versa. So next chapters, closing a chapter, wrapping up something with regards to money, work, a job, finances, resources, business, how money flows to you. Again, or this is about your partner's finances. Or if you do not work and you rely on the government, you rely on a partner, you rely on alimony, I don't know. Whatever you rely on, Capricorn, for that paycheck. Maybe a parent supports you. Maybe a sibling supports you. Whatever the case may be. That could be up for some change or redirection this month. Like for some reason it comes into focus. As I mentioned earlier, though, your financial situation, your financial dynamics with you and another person, again, whether it's the government or whoever supports you, that is definitely going to change in the next 2 years. Definitely, Capricorn, with the eclipse cycle here for the next 2 years. This could be about your talent, your skills, your abilities, Capricorn. So maybe you are or were brushing up your skill set, your talents, your abilities, bringing in something new into the business, like learning something new, and you're ready now. You're ready to incorporate it into your website, incorporate it into your courses, your business, whatever. So it's about integrating this energy now into your work, like bringing it down to reality, taking it out of the mind, out of the brain, or out of the educational institution and applying it to your circumstances, whatever that means to you, for you. Some of you could be going through a job transition, a job change this month, or again, endings and new beginnings, as I mentioned with Mars too. Endings and new beginnings there's like a shakeup in the work sector. I'm seeing that twice here, Capricorn. And last but not least, Capricorn, that opposition, my friends. So tough to say how this is going to manifest. Obviously, money. Something to do with money and resources and finances and property, buying, selling is included here as well. Inheritance, loans, cleaning up, a parent's estate. Again, I'm not saying they're going to die, Capricorn, so don't freak out about that, please. You'd have to be living and breathing it already. This shouldn't be anything new. If I'm saying it, it doesn't resonate, then leave it. So, big life change and transformation too. Jupiter wants to expand in your 8th house, and Pluto wants to make sure it's authentically true to you, my friends. Also, Capricorn, please don't take shortcuts, my friends. So I'm in Canada. So for example, like, you don't screw with the CRA. Okay. That's the Canadian Revenue Agency. That's something that, that I've seen over and over again in my career, in my corporate career. So that's the type of energy, because again, 8th house is taxes, loans, debts. Not a good time to cut corners, Capricorn. Anyway, you do you, Cappies. Okay, you do you. Jupiter rules over your 12th house of prisons and institutions. Do you catch my drift here, people? Now, I'm not saying I'm a Capricorn too, you guys. So I mean, I'm saying this to myself too before you have a shit fit on me. Okay, I'm not saying all of you are going to go to prison. I'm just saying for those of you that own a business, run a business, you have control of your finances, resources, your taxes, whatever. Probably not the best time to try to work around the government, work around the tax people. Like there's two things in life you can't avoid, and it's death and taxes. So anyway, you catch my drift here, people. That's the tension aspect. So be mindful too of who you're getting into bed with when it comes to, because this might not be you, Capricorn. This might be your partner skiffing off the top, doing some shady shit. I don't know, Capricorn. Like the stories I've heard from clients with Pluto moving through the second house, not like, yes, some Capricorns have, I'm thinking of one Capricorn in individual, where, yeah, this was definitely an interesting transit for this individual. And yes, Pluto can bring the wealth, and same with Jupiter. I mean, Jupiter is not one of your money planets, but I mean, he's still a wealthy god. It can go sideways fast, my friends. So whether it's you or a partner, just be mindful and keep your nose clean. So anyway, I'm probably going to get heat for saying that, but that's honestly the first gut reaction I got with this transit here. Tension with a marital partner over finances, resources, how your partner spends finances, how you spend finances, resources. Again, are you cleaning up an estate? Do you have lots of siblings? There could be tension there as well. Power dynamics, power struggles on the work front. So whether you own a business or run a business, Capricorn, I can see that. Could be also friendship circles, a sibling. Pluto rules over your 11th house of friendship circles, siblings. Also groups, memberships. Like I'm feeling the crunch and the tension here, Capricorn, in some way, shape, or form. So it doesn't mean that this can't manifest positively. So just please don't take it like I'm trying to Debbie down this transit. I'm just trying to be realistic, because I mean, oppositions can be challenging, but oppositions can be extremely, like, manifestation is huge and very beneficial, Capricorn. So I'd have to see your chart to see how this is gonna, to give you some clues. Like, yes, Jupiter rules your 12th house, but that's a hidden 12th house. It's not, sometimes it's not external manifestation. Jupiter also rules your 3rd house as well. So this is technology, gadgets, transportation, how it is that you get around. It's also your local environment, neighbors as well. So maybe there's some tension or power dynamics with you, and again, something to do with property, community, neighbors, neighborhood. Let's see here. So anyway, Capricorn, those are just some examples. Like I said, it's tough to say exactly how this is going to manifest, but this is rare. This only comes around every 12 years. The next time Jupiter comes around with an opposition to Pluto, believe it or not, Pluto is still going to be in your 2nd house of money, finances, and work. Some of you, this is huge traction on the job front, by the way. This is like, I'm seeing multiple signs here of Capricorns pulling the plug, leaving a job, quitting a job, changing up the workspace. If you're a boss or an owner, just, changing, like big change coming into the workspace. Also incorporating technology, because you have a lot of energy in the workhouses, and they're both like, give me the technology feel. So I mean, obviously AI is going to be huge. We're going to be talking about this for decades, Capricorn. But anyway, that's pretty much all I wanted to quickly talk about for the month ahead, my friends. So enjoy, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Aquarius, sun or rising. Let's talk about the 3 areas of life that are going to be activated for the month of July here. So let's start off with the sun and your busy 6th house, Aquarius. My goodness, yes, you've probably been running like a mad man or woman, or they, them, since beginning of June. or maybe not, or maybe not. Mercury is in here for the next 2 months. Well, I should say, I guess, depending on when you're watching this video. So that would be June, July, and half of August that Mercury is in your busy, busy, busy sixth house. So day-to-day duty, work, responsibility, how you are showing up and being of service. Now, if you're not working, what do you do all day? What is your 9 to 5? What is your capabilities or abilities that you can contribute to society? Are you working with pets, animals? Are you leaning into unions, humanitarian efforts, anything to do with collective efforts, Aquarius? That's definitely what you rule over here. But anyway, day-to-day duty, responsibility, busyness, your health and well-being, how you're taking care of your body, your vessel. Pets and animals are also in here as well. The workplace, new work. I think some of you could be finding a new job this month, Aquarius. So I'll come back to that for sure. Your coworkers, your colleagues, your work environment. If you're a business owner, this would be, again, probably changes in the working dynamics, or people coming, going, hiring new people, especially under this new moon here. This could be new contractors, whether it's business or personal, like somebody, if you're looking for someone to cut your lawn, paint your deck, whatever the case may be. This is also the area of life that rules over contractors, like people that we hire to do work for us. Co-workers, collaborators, aunts and uncles are also in the sixth house as well, Aquarius. So they could be going through some fresh new starts or fresh new beginnings at this time or during this month. And what else? Just basically day to day, running the kids here, running the kids there. Busyness at work overall, Aquarius. So with that said, you have a brand new beginning here. Forgive me, I'm going to be jumping around here, Aquarius. The dates are on the slide here if you want to check that out or take a screenshot. But you have a brand new beginning in this busy, busy, busy sixth house area of life. Mercury in here for such a long time. You're reassessing all of those things that I babbled off there. Work, how you're showing up being of service, your health and well-being. By the way, I might have said this last month. If you have to have any tests last month, this month, Aquarius, just know that the results might come out sideways. So I'm not saying they're going to be wrong for each and every one of you, especially if you have natally Mercury retrograde in your birth chart. The results will probably be on point. But if you don't, and you get the results and they worry you, concern you, the doctor's puzzled or your nurse practitioner's puzzled or whatever the case may be, get a second opinion or take the test again if you can in August. That would probably be the best time frame. If you can't wait until August, I would say, can you do it after the 23rd of July, at least when Mercury goes direct? So, and if you have been having confusion about your health and well-being, I'm confident you should be able to get some traction at least this month, or again, start seeking out people that can help you out and give you that second opinion, or look at alternative healthcare. So chiro, acupuncture, Reiki, naturopathic doctors, or nurse practitioner, like get a second opinion or a different opinion, Aquarius. And yes, you might need to do the work yourself because, again, Mercury here, reassessing, going over old ground, looking at your diet, your health, how you're taking care of yourself. Also, pets and animals probably will need some attention too. This goes for them too. If they have surgeries or anything lined up from a medical perspective, Aquarius, they too might be going through this. So if their results come out sideways, again, just know that might be Mercury. That might be a little bit of confusion coming in here. But all in all, Aquarius, brand new, fresh starts in this area of life. If you've been looking for a job or wanting a new job, I see 2 signatures here. Yeah, actually even more than that. And I'm just looking at a very basic chart here, Aquarius. But the opportunities are there. So put yourself out there, apply. If you've been applying, just keep doing it, Aquarius. Just keep doing it because, again, fresh new beginnings on the work front here for you. Now, once the sun moves into your opposite sign of Leo, also just a plug here, the nodes of the moon are moving into your sign this month, Aquarius. So that means the eclipse cycle is transitioning into 2 brand new areas of life. Check out the links in the description box below. I talk about the new eclipse cycle and also Jupiter moving into your opposite sign of Leo and what that could mean for each and every one of you as well. So everything is down in the description box below. Okay, so the sun illuminating your 7th house of partnerships, joining the party with Jupiter and the South Node. So I'm just going to put it out there now. And I probably talk about this in my Jupiter video as well to you, Aquarius. If you are single and looking for a new love relationship, you probably will meet someone with Jupiter in the 7th house. Now, again, might not be this month. It might be this month, though. The sun coming together with Jupiter at the end of the month on or around the 29th of July, which is really fitting. That's, you know, exactly when you have that full moon in your sign illuminating your 7th house. So you could actually meet someone this month, Aquarius, quite quickly, quite rapidly. Or maybe you just started to date someone. So, but again, this is for those of you that are single and looking. I don't think you will be single for much longer, Aquarius. I'll just put it out there right now, because in general, Jupiter spending 1 year in your 7th house of not only love relationships, but also business partnerships. It looks really good. Definitely looks very, very good for you, Aquarius. So I love that for you. But anyway, 7th house is going to be the focus this month. So as I mentioned, love, this could be love partnerships, business partnerships, anything to do with your one-to-one connections, Aquarius. Also, if you own a business, run a business, Aquarius, this is very profitable coming in for you for the year ahead with Jupiter in here, because this is your client base. That's the 7th house. The sun illuminating it and pouring in light heat energy is just drawing your attention to it a little bit more. So marketing, how are you going to attract in those clients? Jupiter rules over your 11th house as well. Lean on your networks, lean on your support system, lean on your professional or personal networks, your friendship circles, your groups, your affiliations, unions, whatever you have access to, the people that you surround yourself with. This is benefits coming in through them, or reaching out to them, asking for help, giving you a leg up. I think that's going to happen with Jupiter in this 7th house, but also with the sun illuminating this area of life as well, and illuminating Jupiter as well, like pouring in light heat energy to your 11th house ruler. And also Jupiter rules over your 2nd house of work, money, and finances. So for you, Aquarius, this could also be a really beneficial month for work, financial resources, new income streams coming in. Again, as I mentioned, new work coming in for you, new clients, landing that client for you. I keep hearing marketing, marketing, marketing. So putting yourself out there, reaching a higher, wider audience, my friends, could be very beneficial. Yeah, I love this energy. I'm just thinking of the year ahead for you, Aquarius, but I'm trying to rein it into this month, so I apologize. I'm also looking at Venus. I know I'm jumping around here. I'm sure you're thrilled about that. So Venus in your 8th house also can bring in an intimate partnership as well. If you're already in a committed partnership, Aquarius, actually some of you could get married this year. That could be illuminated this month in some way, shape, or form. Maybe some of you are getting married this month. But Venus in your 8th house, for those of you that are single or connected with someone, this really improves your sex life, Aquarius. So I'm just going to throw that out there. So again, whether you're single or connected with someone, all around, this is good for intimacy, sexuality. Mars in your 5th house. Hello. Yeah, that's good sex coming your way, Aquarius. That's also sexual tension, my friends, as well. So I don't know, meeting someone new and you feel that hot, heavy spark right off the bat, but it's kind of like, who makes the first move? Do you, do they, whatever. So lots of sexuality being activated this month, and that sexual connection, but tension as well, my friends. So I just thought I'd throw that in there as well. Anyway, so focus on work this month, focus on your relationships this month, your clients, marketing yourself, putting yourself out there, money, finances, resources. Definitely a nice month ahead, I would say, Aquarius. Now, let me see here. Yeah, Mars in your fifth house. I'll just quickly go back to that. Yeah, pouring in energy into romance, looking for new love, dating. Again, if you have an existing partner, traveling with them, lavishing them, spoiling them, all that fun stuff. Also your children too. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, like, you have this transit with Uranus for a long time. It is a fertility transit, but I'd have to see your chart to pinpoint dates for you, my friends. But um, this could be a focus this month on your children too, something to do with your children, your grandchildren, if you have any. And if kids don't resonate, this would be hobbies, projects, side hustles. And sort of trying to get that off the ground. Mars is going to help you with that, Aquarius, if that resonates. Okay, if that resonates. But that connection with Uranus, I feel like there's something quick happening. Mars cuts and severs wherever he goes. So, I don't know, are some of you getting snipped? Or some of you like, yeah, I'm done with kids, so I'm going to, do the thing and make sure I don't have kids anymore. That could be a possibility. It could be a quick decision as well. Technology, something to do with technology and incorporating that into, again, utilizing that to launch your hobby, your business, your side hustle, something, there's some sort of connection there as well. But yeah, Mars in the fifth house, really good for relationships, really good, as I mentioned, for that intimate connection with your partner, whether new or old or current or whatever. I don't mean old literally, but you know what I mean. Some of you that have been married for many, many, many moons. So, and it's also reigniting that spark with them. Maybe some of you will be renewing your vows over the next year as well, or it could be this month as well. Okay, let me jump now, last but not least, to your full moon. So Aquarius, this is shining a spotlight on you. If you have anything around 6 degrees, this is obviously going to add in those extra layers to your situation here. But at the end of the day, Aquarius, this is shining a spotlight again on your partnership sector. So I don't want to drive you nuts by repeating myself, but again, you see the connection here of partnerships are definitely in focus this month. Your clients are definitely in focus this month. Contracts, agreements, negotiations, renegotiations with that Mercury retrograde, blessings, opportunities coming back around from the past, people, places, things coming back around from the past, old coworkers, old colleagues, whatever the case may bring in those opportunities for you. Aquarius, this could be an identity change, an identity transformation. It could also be an identity crisis. Okay, I'll come back to that with the Pluto-Jupiter opposition. Okay, it's not as bad as what you think, because at the end of the day, Pluto in your first house is going to just peel your layers, okay, like an onion, and make sure by the time he leaves your sign, which is not for another like 17, 18 years, that you are showing up in every single situation, every single relationship, through your career or however it is that you're showing up being of service, authentically you, Aquarius. And I'm not saying you're not authentic now, okay? So don't take that the wrong way, please. It's when I experienced Pluto in my first house, not to turn it on me, but I thought I was being true to who I was back in 2007, 2008. So I'm a Capricorn rising and a Capricorn moon. But let me tell you, by the time 2024 came around, man, I did a 360 times 10 with regards to my identity and how I show up in the world and how I present myself to the world and how I project myself onto the world and how I became a power player in my own life, Aquarius. So that's what I'm seeing for you, quite frankly. But again, your energy is different. You are also ruled by Saturn, just like Capricorns, but you're also ruled by Uranus. And Uranus is going to be supporting you from that fifth house of what lights you up, lifts you up for the next 7-8 years. So Uranus is also going to help you with this identity shift and how you're showing up in relationships, in business or in love. Anything in the first house is going to bleed into your home life, your work life, your relationships, everything. Aquarius, everything. So I love this full moon for you. It's endings, culmination points. It's like the next chapter is being cracked open here. And you're right on time here, Aquarius. This is perfect timing for you because it's connecting with Pluto and it's opposing Jupiter. So this is manifestation at its finest, Aquarius. Jupiter being in your 7th house of relationships. Obviously, this could be a relationship ending. This could be a relationship beginning. This could be taking the next step in a relationship, like I mentioned, marriage. Or again, how do I say this? Like showing up for you, Aquarius, and ending a relationship and moving into something new. This could also be a job. Pluto rules over the top of your sky, your 10th house of career, business, status. This could also be something to do with your parents or your grandparents or how you show up as a parent, Aquarius, as well. Keep in mind oppositions, though, they're not a cakewalk. It's tension. It's restriction. Oppositions are like you got to rebalance something here, Aquarius. So work-life balance, home balance, relationship balance, me time, you balance. But also watch out for those power struggles. But with Pluto in your sign, Aquarius, be mindful of you sort of dominating or you bringing the power dynamic to the table and it being unequal. Okay, I'm not trying to, again, I hope that doesn't, trying to say it as respectfully as possible. Because Pluto is in your sign, this is going to make you a powerhouse, you being the power player and you tipping the scales. So just be mindful, though, and pick your battles wisely, my friends. Especially with siblings, with friendship circles, with unions, with affiliations, associations, networking events, social media. Ask yourself, is it worth it to get into those power dynamics with people? And I'm not saying this is negative. It's just I'm trying to be realistic with this opposition because it's not a sextile, it's not a trine, it's an opposition. So this is tension, and for all of us, this might be the final straw. And again, you leaving a job, you changing your identity, whatever that means to you, for you, you moving across the country, you moving abroad, you ending a relationship, whether in business or love, Aquarius. Okay. So now if you're happily married, obviously this doesn't count. That's not the area of life that it's going to show up. It's going to manifest in other ways, Aquarius. So, but yeah, beautiful month ahead, lots of activations. July and August are going to be game changers, especially for the fixed signs. So you, Leo, Scorpio, and Taurus, you folks, this energy is transforming your lives, I would say the most, because it's activating all of you very intimately, and the eclipses are hitting you dead on, Aquarius. So enjoy the month of July, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Pisces, sun or rising. Let's talk about the 3 areas of life that are being activated for the month ahead. And just a reminder, your ruler has moved into Leo, I guess depending on when you're watching this video, of course, but check out the links in the description box below if you want to learn more about Jupiter moving into the sign of Leo, and also this brand new eclipse cycle that is moving out of your sign, Pisces. I know maybe some of you are grateful for this. Maybe some of you, you enjoyed the ride while it lasted. But the eclipses of the moon are moving out of your sign, and your opposite sign of Virgo there, moving into Aquarius and Leo this month. And eclipse season is rumbling, my friends. I mean, I'll talk about it next month, but 2 new areas of life are going to be activated. So check out the links in the description box below if you want to learn a little bit more. Okay, let's start with the sun, Pisces. So the sun continues to trek through your sign of Cancer, which is the 5th house, and then he will eventually hop into your 6th house of Leo, joining the party with the South Node and Jupiter as well. So Pisces, the 5th house is beautiful for you. Anything that transits the 5th house and your 9th house of Scorpio technically flows into your sign, your energy very beautifully. So bringing in love, harmony, blessings. Like a trine is very similar to Venus and Jupiter type of energy. It's very expansive. You don't need a lot of effort to get things done. Blessings just seem to show up and find you in unexpected ways. But the only thing is, with Mercury being in Cancer for such a long time, Mercury does not function very well in the water signs. Now, for all of us, this is not just you Pisces, but for all of us, Mercury being in here, especially retrograde, swimming around, not knowing if he's going left, right, up, down, he doesn't know where he's floating off to, can make it very difficult for us to apply logic to our decision making. Now, you as a Piscean, this might not even make sense to you because depending on where your natal Mercury is, it could be in Pisces, it could be in Aquarius, it could be in Aries or a whole other sign altogether, depending on what you're watching for. I'm thinking if you're a Pisces sun, sorry, I should have clarified that. If you're a Pisces sun, you know, your Mercury is usually floating close by. If you're a Pisces rising, well, then it could really be anywhere. So anyway, wanted to clarify that. But Mercury in general in a water sign can kind of make us our decisions are based on emotions rather than logic. So again, you as a water sign, you might not care because you use your intuition anyway to make those life decisions, whether you're rising or a sun. So some of this might not even resonate with you, Pisces, is what I'm trying to spit out. Sorry, it's been a long day, my friends. Mercury going back and forth here, though, you out of all the signs will probably find this easier to work with because you naturally use your intuition versus your logical mind. Again, depending on where your natal Mercury is in your chart. So you are reassessing this area of life. You also have a brand new fresh start in this area of life, Pisces. So let's break this down. The 5th house is fertility. It's children, it's grandchildren, it's romance, love affairs, reigniting that spark between you and your existing partner. It's sexuality, it's dating, it's lavishing your partner with beautiful things. It's also the house of self-expression, creativity, hobbies, anything that lights you up and lifts you up, Pisces. So very beautiful house. I love the 5th house. I love the 11th house. Those are my favorite houses. But something in here, Pisces, you're reassessing. So could be reassessing your relationships with your kids, you know, depending on their age, of course. It could be your children are reassessing something in their lives or their circumstances or their situations, or your grandchildren, again, depending on their ages, of course. For those of you that want to start a family, not a bad time. Again, fertility lies in this area of life as well. The new moon in here could definitely bring in not only pregnancy, but planting the seed of, okay, I want to start a family within the next, and then you set those intentions over the next year. I mean, with Jupiter already in here for the past year, I have a feeling some of you already went through this, possibly. Again, depending on your stage of life, I can appreciate not everyone is looking to start a family or get pregnant. Now, if it doesn't have anything to do with kids, this is about your hobbies. This is about your projects. This is about your artistic pursuits. This is about putting your spin on whatever it is that you're trying to bring forward, especially for those of you that own a business, run a business. The 5th house is, you know, what do you want to be when you grow up, regardless of your age? This is where that spark of life comes in. For those of you single and looking, Pisces, I mean, you got Venus in your 7th house of relationships and partnerships. You have a new moon in your romantic sector. You also have Venus here. Venus. Oh my goodness. Mercury here. Yeah, I know. Mercury retrograde is already affecting my brain. Mercury retrograde in the 5th house brings back old flames, old love. And I mean, yeah, it could be taking that next step with either somebody that you knew from the past, somebody that you dated from the past, or somebody new, Pisces. So regardless, though, this is a beautiful transit for meeting someone new. That's kind of my point here. Or again, reconnecting with an old flame, someone that you haven't seen in a long time. Mercury does also rule over your 7th house of partnerships, and Mercury also rules over your 4th house of home, family, foundation. as well, Pisces. So reassessing, again, family, children, relationships, something to do with the home front, reassessing, renovations, moving. Some of you actually, Pisces, speaking of moving, with Mars rolling around here in your 4th house, yeah, some of you could be moving quite rapidly. Like Mars coming into contact with Uranus, this is like a quick move or a quick decision to move, or just rapid changes on the home front. People leaving the house, leaving the nest, kids leaving the nest, people moving in. Yeah, lots of changes could be happening on the home front, Pisces. Mars in the 4th house is incredible for renovations too. Yeah, beautiful energy for renovations. But Mercury rules your 4th house, my friends. So Mercury going back and forth. If there's indecision on the home front and you have to move and you just have to push through, it just means there's going to be some adjustments later on. If you have to sign on the dotted line, lease, rent, mortgage, whatever the case may be, Pisces, just double, triple check the details. Get a trusted partner or a friend or a realtor or a lawyer to look over the paperwork. Because, yeah, I get it. If you got to move, you got to move. Your house sells and, you got to do something, right? You need a roof over your head, my friends. So, yeah, lots of rapid changes could be coming in on the home front as well. But again, this is meant to be, because with Uranus here, Mars coming into contact with Uranus for the first time, fresh new starts on the home front. And yeah, it could make your head spin, but in a good way. There's also, sexual tension on the home front, or sexual tension with a partner. So it's almost like, I don't know if this is mixed signals, Pisces, or like you want it and your partner doesn't, or vice versa. The timing is off. Or you like plan a date night and it goes sideways, or I don't know. There's, when Mars and Venus square, it's not a bad thing. It's usually sparks, but it can also be like something to do with the timing is off. Or maybe you meet someone and the timing's off, or you're already dating someone and then you meet somebody incredible. It's sort of that type of energy, Pisces, that I'm kind of feeling here. So anyway, 4th house, 5th house, 6th house is definitely being illuminated for you this month. And again, fresh new starts in that beautiful 5th house energy, which I love for you, especially if you are newly dating someone, newly reconnecting with an old fling, old flame, old partner, whatever the case may be, or a creative project. I love this energy for you, Pisces. Beautiful energy coming in for you. Could also be new work, especially if you have your sun is around 21 degrees of Pisces. This could be a new job opportunity, absolutely coming in. And this is like dreams come true type of job, like something that you've been hoping for. Because it's luck. 5th house is very lucky as well. So it's kind of like you're in the right place at the right time from a career standpoint, Pisces. Yeah, I love this for you. Okay, once the sun moves into Leo, busy, busy, busy house, my friends. So focus is also going to be on your day-to-day habits, routines, health and well-being. How are you taking care of yourself? Pets and animals could need extra TLC, extra attention this month as well. Routines, the workplace. Whether you own a business or run a business, that's going to be coming into focus. People coming, people going, people taking holidays. You got to cover for them or find people to cover for them. 6th house is also contractors, like people that, if you're a business owner, people that work for you or with you, or that you hire on a temp basis, but also people that, if you need someone to, I don't know, clean your windows on your house, mow your lawn, paint the deck, I don't know, something like that, Pisces. 6th house also covers off that as well. It's very busy and transactional. 6th house is how you show up. It's how am I being of service? Now, if you're not working, Pisces, for whatever reason, retirement, or you're not able to, I encourage you to, especially with Jupiter here, you're going to find blessings over the next year, but it starts this month, of how can you show up and be of service? How can you contribute? Jupiter is your ruler, Pisces. So, moving into new energy of Leo is kind of like a fresh new start on the work front, on the career front, on your relationships with your clients, even relationships with aunts and uncles, if that resonates with you. Blessings coming into their life as well, aunts, uncles. If you, part of your work, if you own like rental units, rental buildings, this is really nice energy coming in for you as well. Not only this month, but again, with Jupiter here, I'm kind of thinking of anything I'm talking about with the 6th house Pisces is going to stretch out for the next 12 months because Jupiter is in here activating this area of life for you for a long time. Okay. Yeah, and Jupiter here, again, be mindful, Pisces, biting off too much. I remember when Jupiter transited my 6th house, it was amazing. Like, don't get me wrong, it was amazing. Work was good. My side hustle business here was good. I attracted in so many new clients and I was just thriving, but it was really busy and I had to restructure my day job with my, this side hustle, my astrology side hustle business, plus balancing, friends, family, my health. I really had to prioritize my health. So again, Pisces, I'm not trying to turn the spotlight on me. It's just I'm sharing this for your knowledge for this upcoming transit because it is a blessing. It's beautiful. It's incredible. But you got to pace yourself and give yourself grace, and you have to focus on your health. Jupiter in here actually, and even the sun in here will, yes, put focus on your health and well-being and day to day. But I find Jupiter in the 6th house also brings in blessings from a health and well-being standpoint. Also, if you have to have any surgeries over the next year, or if you are looking for the right practitioner, right surgeon, right doctor, right whoever, spiritual advisor, astrologer, anyone really, Jupiter moving through this area of life will connect you, align you with the right person. Like they will magically come onto your path, honestly. Like that, yeah, when I think back, this is exactly what happened to me. I found the right practitioners, the right people. It was amazing. So yeah, very beautiful transit, Pisces, but that was my only thing I noticed as kind of a downfall was it was just so busy. It was just almost too busy. So anyway, but being too busy is not a bad thing either though. Okay, Venus in your 7th house. I love this. Going after promotions, contracts, agreements, jobs. You look very attractive to your partnerships, if that makes sense. Business, in love. I love Venus in the 7th house. She brings in love and money wherever she transits, my friends. So I do love this for you. Also, this could be a glow up for your partner's finances and resources too. Yeah. So this is a really nice transit for them as well. Being in the right place at the right time, new jobs, new contracts for them as well could be a possibility. And last but not least, that full moon in your 12th house, Pisces. The 12th house is quieter. It's not like loud, proud in your face, but it's still deep psychological change, which Pluto's going to be working with you for a very long time. But this is endings and new beginnings. Full moons are that anyway. Endings, new beginnings, culmination points. Letting things go once and for all, cleaning out the closets, cleaning out the clutter, getting ready for new energy that's coming in. Now, full moons illuminate across the street as well. So everything we talked about the 6th house, this full moon is also illuminating that 6th house for you as well, Pisces. But otherwise, if that doesn't resonate, this is spirituality. This is solitude. This is taking a beat, taking a break. This is spiritual growth, whatever that means to you. Leaning on your religion, your faith, your spiritual systems. Solitude. Did I mention that already? Yeah. Getting away, taking a solo trip is also beneficial here. Pisces, this is also shining a spotlight on your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities, my friends. So is there something that you want to bring to the forefront? And if there is, again, Jupiter here is going to help you with that over the next year. Again, it could just be starting this month. Like you're just starting fresh with something new this month in that in that 6th house. But again, Pisces, clear out, for some reason they're showing me, clear out something to do with your home or office, so the new energy can find its way to you in some way, shape, or form. And actually, yeah, last but not least, Pisces, that opposition between Jupiter and Pluto. Very rare energy. These two planets only face off every 12 years. So the next time, believe it or not, the next time Jupiter comes around to Leo in 12 years from now, or 13 years from now, Pluto is still going to be in your 12th house. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Pluto's going to be in your 12th house for like 18 years. But anyway, oppositions are big manifestation, by the way. So these are two wealthy gods. Well, Jupiter's a sky god, Pluto is the underworld god, but regardless, very wealthy, facing off here. But they're asking you to transform, transmute something in these areas of life. Now, again, the 12th house is, breakthroughs, aha moments, awakenings, spiritual awakenings, reality checks. This could be a health event, you guys, okay? Especially for those of you burning the candle at both ends. I'm not trying to instill fear. I'm trying to be realistic here, okay? And opposition is not a trine, it's not a sextile. And this is your ruler, Pisces. You and Sagittarius, this opposition, if anything, is impacting the two of you the most, because this is your physical ruler. This rules your physical body, whether it's your sun or your rising sign. You're going to feel this physically in your body. Maybe even more so than Sagittarius, actually. But regardless, you two are going to feel this the most, just because, again, this is your ruler. But this could be maybe not external, like I said, loud, proud in your face. It could be more of an internal shift, internal new beginnings, something to do with your culture, your background, your ancestry, where you come from, foreign lands, foreign shores, pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, taking that leap of faith, whether in work or in love. Again, healing yourself once and for all. Like getting on the bandwagon, taking care of yourself, Pisces. This could just be the start of it, or this is the finish line of it. And then you seeing the manifestation of your hard work over the past X amount of years. And because we talked about that 6th house, so again, this could be a job manifesting. This could be, this is about how you're showing up being of service, Pisces. And no more grueling 9 to 5. This is like, I feel like for a lot of us, this is the final straw. This is like, what is that saying? The final straw that breaks the camel's back, or whatever that saying is. This could be you cutting ties with a job, with an employer, with your business taking a new angle. Like you could be staying in the same industry, but you are, I don't know, maybe you're relocating. Maybe you are starting up multiple locations, multiple businesses, showing up in a new way, moving into humanitarian efforts, moving into working with animals. So how are you being of service? How are you showing up? And Pluto is going to make sure it's authentically true to you, Pisces. And I'm not saying you're not authentic. I'm not saying you're not showing up in the right place at the right time. It's a journey, right? Pluto just got into your 12th house. Jupiter just is moving into your 6th house, my friends. So I'd have to see your personal birth chart to exactly pinpoint possibilities here, but I'm just giving you some ideas here, some hints and clues. Travel, this could be a manifestation of travel mixed with business, mixed with love, mixed with educational pursuits, mixed with you becoming the educator, you becoming the teacher, the mentor, the coach, blogging, podcasting, writing a book. What else do we have here? Yeah, career. Jupiter's also your career planet too. So what am I thinking? Yes, career, status, your purpose. So yes, your purpose. Yeah, purpose and being of service. Pisces. So yeah, this is huge for you. This opposition for sure. But Jupiter in general in your sixth house is still tied into, how we're showing up. All right, Pisces, that's pretty much all I wanted to quickly cover off for the month ahead. So enjoy July, my friends, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now.